All right, just as a heads up, apparently Juror 24 expressed some newly discovered conflict she wants to address with us. We'll take them up when we have a break and go from there. She is not one who raised any during the entire voir dire process, so we'll find out together what she has in mind. We also gave her the opportunity before she left for the day to wait and address those to us before selection, but she decided she'd rather go home and roll the die. As it is, they are all here and accounted for. With that, I understand the state is planning to use a demonstrative during their opening. And uh, if you have a title slide, I think you could feel free to put it up there. I'm going to give the preliminary instructions. Is there any demonstratives on the defense side?
Yeah.
All right.
No, it's just one slide, Your Honor.
Oh, it's just one slide. Okay. Any exhibits or anything we need to discuss that you'd be using in opening?
I don't believe so, Your Honor.
And Mr. Wilson, you're planning to give the opening?
I am, Your Honor.
All right.
Yeah.
All right. Then I believe that our jurors were making one last pass at the bathroom, and so they'll let us know by that. We'll bring them in right when that light goes on.
Your Honor, just as in abundance of caution, I am planning on showing an in-life photo of the victim during opening, and that would be my demonstrative.
All right. And this is just for the purposes of the record, have you marked this as an exhibit that you expect to admit at some point during the case in chief?
I do.
All right.
Yeah.
All right. Everyone's on notice. I'm hearing no objection from defense counsel. Any other, I think it's just good to always go over these things so we can,
No objection, Your
all right.
Honor.
Understood. Then it looks like we're all on the same page there. Any scheduling or since we're filling time here, any logistical issues we need to work through about witness availability today?
I don't anticipate any, but I'll update the court.
I know we find out as we go along. We think we have a full day of witnesses though.
We do, Judge, yes.
All right. Then we'll hold in place. All right. Looks like they're ready, Deputy Scott.
Back to the jury. All judges are present and counted for you.
Thank you, Deputy Scott. Please be seated, everyone. Members of the jury, welcome back, and thank you for being here on time, ready to go. And before we get started, as I mentioned yesterday, I want to give you some more preliminary instructions about how this trial process works and what to expect in the days ahead. So first, a few logistics. You may sit anywhere in the jury box when we come and go after breaks. There are no assigned seats. If you need anything in the jury room, just let Deputy Scott or one of the courtroom staff know, and we will do our best to accommodate you. Again, remember to wear those jury stickers everywhere you go, especially whenever you're in and about the courthouse or eating lunch nearby. Anyone associated with this case, with the exception of courtroom staff, is prohibited from having any contact with you whatsoever. That includes myself. As I can see, y'all have noticed you've been provided with pens and notepads. If any of you didn't get one and you want us to get you one, we can. A few notes about notes here. You can take notes, but you're not required to. Please don't let your note-taking distract you from paying full attention to the evidence and the witnesses. You may not share or discuss your notes with anyone until you start deliberating at the end of the case. Notes are not evidence. They are only memory aids. They are not more important than your own impression or memory of what the evidence may have been. While you may consider another juror's notes to refresh your memory, you should rely on your own memory of the proceedings. You must leave your notes in the jury room except when you're in the courtroom, and they're going to be destroyed at the end of your deliberations. This is very important. You will not get a transcript of any witness's testimony. I know we talked about how we're writing everything down, but it can take months, sometimes even a year, to prepare a transcript, and that we're not going to be waiting on that process while you're deliberating. So you have to rely on the testimony as it comes the first time you hear it, and remember it in the best way that works for you. First now, and I want to describe some basic principles of criminal law and explain everyone's role and how the trial is going to proceed. As I mentioned yesterday, the defendant has pleaded not guilty to this indictment and denies every charge in it. The indictment and the defendant's plea of not guilty present the issue that you have been selected and sworn to decide, and will be sworn in just a moment. The indictment is the way the defendant is charged with committing crimes that violate the laws of Georgia. The charges in the indictment and the plea of not guilty are not evidence of guilt, and you may not conclude that the defendant is guilty based on the charges or the not guilty plea. The defendant is presumed to be innocent until proven guilty. The defendant begins the trial with a presumption of innocence, and this presumption stays with the defendant until it is overcome by the state with evidence that convinces you beyond a reasonable doubt that the defendant is guilty of the crimes charged. The defendant has no burden of proof at all, and the burden never shifts to the defendant to prove innocence. My role is to determine the law that applies to this case, and then I will instruct you on the law, and you must apply that to the facts that you find in reaching a verdict. I'm giving you some of those instructions now, but I'm going to give you much more detailed instructions at the end of the trial. You have a very important role. You decide the facts of this case from the evidence presented and apply the law that I give you to those facts. Evidence is how a fact is proved or disproved. Evidence can be either testimony or exhibits. Testimony is what you hear from people who take the witness stand and swear to tell the truth. The questions the lawyers ask the witnesses are not evidence. As a fact finder, you are the exclusive judge of a witness's credibility, and it is your duty to believe the witnesses whom you think are most believable and to determine what testimony you will believe. Exhibits are documents, photographs, and other physical items that are admitted during trial. The object of this trial is to discover the truth, and during the trial, I will admit evidence according to the rules of evidence. Those rules are designed to aid in discovering the truth by making sure you consider only the best and highest evidence. The lawyers are advocates for their side, and they have a duty to represent their clients to the best of their ability. They must follow the rules of law, trial procedure, and evidence during the trial. They may make motions or objections if they believe that any rule is not being followed. What the lawyers say in making or responding to objections are not evidence. I will admit or exclude evidence according to these rules as best I understand them. If the lawyers make an objection and I overrule it, that means the evidence is admitted and you may consider it. On the other hand, if I sustain an objection, that means the evidence is excluded from the trial and you may not consider it. You should only consider testimony and only those exhibits that are admitted. You should not assume or infer anything about the evidence which I have excluded. If you happen to hear or see evidence that I end up excluding from the trial, you must disregard it entirely in your deliberations and in arriving at your verdict. None of my decisions and nothing I say during the trial are evidence. My decisions and remarks do not mean that I favor or lean to one side or another in this case. I'm only interested in seeing that this case is fairly tried according to the laws and the Constitution of the state of Georgia and the Constitution of the United States. Sometimes we will have to deal with lawyers' motions or objections without you here in the courtroom, and so that's when we'll excuse you to the jury room. We're going to try and limit those interruptions, but I please ask you that you be patient when they do occur. Here's how the trial proceeds. First, the lawyers are going to give what are called opening statements. No attorney is required to make an opening statement, and opening statements are not evidence. They are simply an introduction to the evidence, a preview or outline of the expected evidence. The state goes first because they have the burden of proof. Then the evidence will be presented. And once that is done, the attorneys may give closing arguments. They can discuss the law that applies to the case and how you should consider the law in light of the evidence. They can point out evidence that supports their position. And again, what the lawyers say in closing arguments is not evidence. And then after the closings, I'll explain to you the specific law that applies to this case, then ask you to go to the jury room and deliberate to reach your verdict. It's obviously important that you pay close attention to this trial. If at any time you cannot hear or see any evidence, or if you're suffering any discomfort whatsoever that distracts you, please inform us, and we're going to do what we can to make sure you can hear, see the evidence, and give it your undivided attention. If you need a break at any time, just raise your hand. You should consider the evidence with an open mind, and you should not reach any final conclusions until the trial is over. Do not jump to conclusions until all of the evidence is presented. To maintain the integrity of the jury system, I will again remind you that you have to decide this case based only on the evidence admitted during the trial and the law that I'll explain to you. You can't conduct any research on your own about this case or about any of the people or places mentioned during the trial. You may not visit any places mentioned in the evidence. You may not refer to any books or documents that were not admitted during the trial. You can't use dictionaries or other reference materials. You should not use Google or otherwise search the internet for any terms or the law. And you can't readers learn anything else about this trial outside of what happens inside this courtroom. Remember, you are the ones who have been qualified as fair and impartial jurors deciding this case, and so no other influence should affect your decision. And that means that you cannot discuss the case with anyone else, including family or friends, or let anyone discuss the case with you or even around you. Again, that means discussing or sharing information over social media or any form of texting or any other electronic means. Until deliberations begin, that means until you've heard all the evidence, the lawyer's closings, and the law that I give you that applies to this case, you can't even discuss the case amongst yourselves or during breaks or anywhere else. So with those instructions, we're now ready to begin with opening statements. And so is the state prepared to proceed?
We are, Your Honor.
All right, Mr. Wilson.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Well, actually, just a moment. Mr. Wilson, I want to make sure that I have sworn the jury. All right, members of the jury, if you could stand again for me and raise your right hands. You shall well and truly try the issue formed upon this bill of indictment between the state of Georgia and James Christopher Jones, who is charged with the offenses described to you, and a true verdict give according to the evidence, so help you God. If so, say I will. Thank you. Please be seated. All right, Mr. Wilson.
Thank you, Your Honor. Your Honor, may it please the court, ladies and gentlemen. Ladies and gentlemen. This case is about Kay Thomason. Kay Thomason was a 72-year-old grandmother. She was like most other grandmothers, loving. The light of her life were her grandchildren. And what makes grandmothers excited? Seeing their grandkids. That was supposed to happen. But it never did, because she unfortunately collided with this defendant. Now, when I say collided, all of this happened at her house on Old Woodbine Road in Sandy Springs, Georgia, in Fulton County. He did the collision. The defendant showed up. And you're going to see that. You're going to see it through the hard work of the Sandy Springs Police Department. That's Kay. She can maybe remind people a lot of grandmother. She was from a generation, and this will play into this case, that doesn't like to fuss, doesn't like to bring attention to themselves, and maybe doesn't ask for help when they should. Because tragically, and she called 911 when she first saw there was a problem at her house. She may still be alive today. But she didn't want to bother people. She didn't want to cause a fuss. One of the eeriest things that you're going to see in this case, the evidence is going to show that she knew this defendant was around the house. She had a camera system that takes videos. A lot of people have that in their house. She had a camera system. You'll be able to see there's somebody stalking her house. All roads are going to lead back to this defendant was the one who was out there that night. So you're going to see the video. And this occurs a little, I'm going to say conservatively around 1 a.m. on the early morning of June 27th. Like I said, Kay was expecting the one thing that makes grandparents the happiest is her grandchildren. They were coming for a visit. They were planning, and you're going to hear from Catherine Grieglass, who is Kay's daughter, who horrifically found her mother's lifeless body. She's going to tell you they were coming in for a visit. Catherine had a friend who had I believe it was like a gymnastics thing in Athens, Georgia. She's from Catherine. They're from out of town. They come in, they fly in, and they're going to stop by their grandmother. They're going to spend some time with their grandmother. It should be perfect. It was setting up to be perfect. But the nightmare occurred. So, ladies and gentlemen, the evidence is going to show that early in the morning of June 27, 2018, Kay was home alone. She is home alone. She's usually home alone at 1095. I want to get specific. 1095 Woodbine Road in Sandy Springs. She was home alone. She's got, like I said, there are cameras. Now, they're not the most modern. It's not the most modern equipment, but it does show. And that's the first thing that everybody kind of realizes. This is probably on camera. This is probably what happened. We can probably see it because there's a lot of reasons that direct the police investigation. And you're gonna hear testimony from JT Williams. He was the lead detective throughout this thing. As a matter of fact, when this case was discovered by Sergeant Hashmi, who was a patrolman at the time, a bike patrolman at the time, just happened to be the first officer on the scene. Who do they need? When the command got there from Sandy Springs, who did they need to call? They needed to call JT. He's the one that needs to investigate this. And the first thing they figured out was that there was somebody who came in, and the discovery of Catherine, her mother's body, she was literally thrown in the spare room bathtub, face down in water, wearing only a sundress. The evidence is going to show that there was, what is very troubling is there was a hole in the back of her head where blood came out. We found out later that it was a cuticle tool that was there in the house. And that's important. Because when I say all roads are leading back to this defendant, that's part of it. All roads lead back to him. So her own daughter discovers her. Her kids are with her. Her friend is with her. They find out, they discover, and this is around 5 or 6 in the afternoon. They find out, she finds her mother dead in the tub, murdered in the tub. So what happens is the first thing she does, and you're gonna hear the 911 call. So we're gonna put this all together for you like a jigsaw puzzle. That's what it kind of is, a jigsaw puzzle. You're gonna see all the pieces pop together, and all those pieces are gonna lead you down the roads. The evidence will show that the defendant is the one who did this. Now, the first piece of evidence, the first jigsaw piece, so to speak, was the videotape. As soon as they got in the house, they knew there was videotapes. So they seized the videotapes. They look at the videotapes. They could see for an extended period of time, at least over an hour, this defendant was hanging out. He was scoping the place out. He was making sure he had a target. And then another thing you'll see is from Catherine is that as soon as she gets in the house, she noticed something's up. Because there's a mirror broken upstairs, like one of those big mirrors, those dressing mirrors, I guess you call them. It's broken upstairs. There's a TV that's kind of flipped over, and there's trash. And just everything is unsettled, cluttered, and rummaged. And that's going to cause her to get concerned. And which we'll find out later is important. Kay's car's gone. It's a black Kia. It's gone. But she's still there. So they bring immediately, JT gets put in charge of the investigation, and JT starts working it. And he works it. The first thing they notice is when they're looking at the video, whoever broke into, which turns out the roads lead to the defendant, had gloves on. So what are you not going to expect to find if you have if you see the person with gloves on? Fingerprints, right? So they know that that's probably not going to be something they're going to collect as fingerprints. They could see him enter the house. They could see him exit the house. They see him with a baseball bat. And that's important. Because when Dr. Henninger testifies, she's going to have a bruise on her arm that looks like a baseball bat. Got it, hit her. And there's bruising all over her body, but I'll get back into that. I don't want to stay too long on this stuff. So the next thing, they know what they have, but they don't really have a person yet. So they start doing their job. JT's in charge. He starts doing his job. He starts contacting people who are around. Now, it turns out that Kay owns apartment buildings. And one of her personality features is that she really tries to help people. She takes people who are maybe a little down on their luck and gives them jobs and has them work. There's several people. Now, the Bryants are not that way. They're going to testify. They're not that way. They're a cleaning service. They come in, Miosha and Timothy Bryant. They had just been there the day before and had just cleaned her house. So she had a cleaning service. So JT, be careful. He knows, well, that's a possibility. So he ends up eliminating them. And I'm going to get to why all these people are eliminated. They're eliminated. Sean Holt, you might hear about that. He's eliminated. He's the person that kind of hired and took care of. But what I mean by taking care of, he made sure that he earned his work, but she made sure that she had a job, that he had. So anyway, he starts doing his work. He starts eliminating people, but there's something that's a little bit more modern now. We all have them. We all have cell phones, and most of us, at least a lot of us, have Google accounts. So Google's going to be one of the pieces, one of the roads that leads to the defendant. I don't know if you know this. I don't know if it's comforting or not, but when you have a phone, unless your phone is turned off, you're going to tell Google where you are, and they're going to know where you are. It's called geofencing. I don't totally understand it, but it's a signal that communicates between a phone and several things. Could be Wi-Fi signals, could be GPS, could be cell towers. That thing, Google, your phone is saying, hey, I'm here. And the tower says, oh, you're there. And they ostensibly use it to direct advertising to people. So if you wonder why weird advertisements show up on your searches, that's probably it. Is that Google knows where you are, they know you're soon, and they say, hey, this one would work for you. So anyway, and they also know what you search. That could be discomforting to some people, and I understand that. But it's going to be important in this case because it really helps solve this case. So they know that case car's gone. They can't find her phone. Everybody's got a phone. So they start looking for places where her phone has been. And they see that it goes in the air, that it starts going away, tick, 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 and what happens is it drops periodic time frames, snapshots, time, goes away towards Chamblee, Georgia. So deducing that's her, the phone's in her car, it's moving with her. Now, phone was never found, I'll tell you that. But the trail is still there because of GPS and because of Wi-Fi and because of the Google stuff. And at some point they lose track of the phone, it runs out of battery. And that's what happens when your phone's not on, you don't tell anybody where you are. So they know this phone has left the scene. So you're going to hear analysts from Sandy Springs. What they do is they also find out who's dropped locations. Turns out they find a Google account at jamesjones04@gmail. They find that, and guess where it's been? You look at the house, and there'll be a map of this. You look at the house, right outside of the house. Now the geofencing gets you pretty close to where you are. It's not 100% precise, but it gets you little dots, little circles of where you are at all times when it kicks out and when they communicate. So we know that there is a phone that is bouncing in around that house at the time of the murder. We know that it's running around. Now, JT takes that information along with the crime analyst Janae Bryan from Sandy Springs, they take that information, like I said, they kind of plot it into a graph. And they see this defendant's Google address, and you'll learn why it happens that way. Because Sandy Springs, when they finally get in contact with, now, before I go there, it takes a while for Google to find this. So the trail goes a little bit cold. It goes cold until there's like 3 steps. First step is who's there. Second step is, second step is whose Google ID, because you have to get steps and you follow steps. And that leads you to jamesjones4@gmail.com. And third is search history. What's really disturbing about the search history is that this defendant, through his Google account, contacted, okay, a week in the days prior to so this is not a random event. The evidence is going to show that it was a targeted event. Once they run the track, they find out that it's the person whose Gmail account is James Jones. They start looking for James Jones and they find it. Now, he at that point is staying at a U-Haul facility, U-Haul kind of facility locker. He's kind of actually living there over in DeKalb County on Memorial. It's in that area. And what happens is they get close to him, and the detective calls him and says, "Hey, is this James Jones?" He said, "Yes." And that phone number that was seen in the area of the house is the phone number they used. "Is this your phone number?" "Yeah, had it since high school." So what happens next? The detective says, "Well, I've got a burglary that I'm looking into, and I'd like you to look at some pictures. So come on in and let's get together." And he says, "No." This defendant says, "No, just email it to me." And what email? JamesJones04, and that's been his email. So all of the lines, all of the pieces, they are fitting perfectly together. So what do you have? The evidence is going to show that Kay was killed in her house. The evidence is going to show, and I got my last thing, but that's not it. The evidence is going to show that that the Google phones take you to him, that it's his phone number, his Google account, and everything points him to being at that house at the time of the murder. But wait, there's more. One of the things is, when I first told you that he used gloves, what else is possible? DNA. Okay. So even when I'm walking through, I'm leaving DNA. Walking through here, leaving DNA. Everybody's leaving DNA. Everybody's got DNA. They're experienced over at Sandy Springs. They know immediately that this is not going to be a fingerprint case. This is going to be there could be a lot of DNA helpful evidence. They're going to find the murder weapon. They're going to swab it. They're going to do that. And at first they send it to the Georgia Crime, to the GBI, Georgia Crime, the Department of Forensic Science. Department of Forensic Science, you must understand, tests thousands of cases from thousands of different agencies and is overwhelmed with work. They'll do what you ask them to do. They're very accommodating and they try really hard. But that wasn't good enough for Sandy Springs and JT. They needed to know. They needed to solve this case. So they went ahead and sent all of the items that were taken from the house, along with the gear shift to the car, the headrest, and case sundress to DNA Labs International, Miami, Florida, to test it, because they can test it. They have the time. They can do it. And guess what, ladies and gentlemen? It's no surprise. A profile matching him was found on all those items. And they give probabilities. The probability is in the hundreds of billions of that's him. That's the DNA. It's on the murder weapon. It's in Kay's car. It's in the house. It's on the sundress that Kay was wearing when she was murdered. All roads lead to defendant. All of them. Forensic science, histories. So, ladies and gentlemen, after you hear this case, it's going to be, you're going to come to one conclusion. The defendant is guilty of all of the charges that have been filed in Sandy Springs, especially JT, gave Kay the justice she needs and deserves. Thank you.
Put the picture down, please.
Sure.
Good morning. This is James Jones. James Jones did not kill Kay Thomason. She did not. James Jones, as you've been told, is actually a transgender woman who goes by Priscilla. Now, the death of Kay Thomason was a horrendous tragedy. And let's talk about what the police did thereafter. They went through dozens of inquiries. They actually worked on this case in a manner I have seldom seen before. There was $100,000 reward for the person who killed Kay Thomason. There were hundreds of tips received. They interviewed numerous suspects. They obtained records from banks. They obtained records from cell tower dumps. They did everything they could possibly think of. And they had absolutely nothing, except they had suspects. So, for example, there was a suspect who had a motive to kill Kay Thomason. And we'll talk about him later when we talk to the police. There were numerous people who had access to her home. Kay Thomason didn't lock her back doors. She actually put tape on the receivers of her back doors to prevent them from locking. So anybody could gain access to her back doors. The email she sent her daughter that night, or more accurately, the early hours of that morning, said, somebody's been coming into my house and taking my food. They are desperate. They've been looking everywhere. But one of the things they see on the video footage that they obtain, and they obtain the video footage immediately. And the video footage shows a person, and it shows this person coming up the driveway, and it shows this person, and you cannot identify the person. You simply cannot. The police put those videos on TV. They were everywhere. You cannot identify who's on those videos. But you can see a person on the videos. And at one stage, in fact, JT in his report says, I think it may be a white man disguised as a black man. They had no idea who it was. But the one thing they did see is that at approximately 4:43 a.m., this person is walking around the backyard with a cell phone to his or her ear. Got a phone to her ear. And she's apparently talking on that phone. So the police obtain what is called a geofencing warrant. And what that geofencing warrant does is it enables Google, it authorizes Google to look for all devices within a radius of 100 meters of the property. And they give the latitude and longitude of the property during the period they believe this incident occurred. And there is a time period because the person supposedly arrived at somewhere in the region of 1 a.m. and at 5, just after 5 a.m., 5:03 a.m., you see the vehicle, Miss Thomason's vehicle, reversing out of the property and driving away. So they have a time. So they do this geofencing warrant. And with this geofencing warrant, they ask for these devices. And one of the bases is, hey, this person is talking on a cell phone. So we believe he had a cellular device. And months later, they get a list of cell phone IDs. Now, the 100-meter radius they asked for covered some 17 houses. And they got a list of 7 devices. So it clearly wasn't comprehensive. And they looked at those devices, and when they looked at those devices and they got some help from a mapping company called ZX, and they looked and they came to the conclusion that one device was inside the house. And they came to the conclusion that another device was not inside the house, but was in the vicinity. So it was worth checking out. Now, the interesting thing about that device is that there was no location information for that device from 3:14 a.m. to 5 a.m. And if there's no location information for the device from 3:14 a.m. to 5 a.m., the device is actually off. It's not working from 3:14 to 5 a.m. So it cannot be making any telephone calls. It cannot be the device that the person in the video is walking around making calls on. It simply cannot be. But who cares? We're desperate. We need to get an arrest. So they asked Google, this is step 2 actually, of the Google warrant. They asked Google for information relating to the 2 IDs. The one outside the house and the one inside the house. The one inside the house apparently turns out to be Miss Thomason's phone. The one outside the house, they then decide, belongs to their suspect. This is our suspect. We now have our suspect. So they secure a warrant which enables them to obtain information regarding the identity of the owner of that device. And they come up with the name James Jones. And until then, James Jones was nowhere on their suspect list. She had never been thought of. She'd never been anywhere on their list. But now they have a matter. And she is our suspect. So we go and they get a warrant for the arrest of James Jones based solely on that location data. There is nothing more than that location data. Now, having secured the arrest of Miss Jones, they now need to try and find evidence to substantiate this. So they obtain a warrant to obtain her DNA, and they obtain Buckle's books, and they send it off to this DNA lab in, it's actually Deerfield, Florida. DNA Labs International in Florida. And I know when people hear DNA and they go, oh wow, that's it. If it's DNA, that's it. It's like a fingerprint. You're done. And Mr. Wilson told you that what the DNA lab found was that it was her DNA. It's not in fact correct. What they used was some kind of DNA called STR mix. It uses something called stochastic, and let me actually get the wording correct. Probabilistic genotyping, and it involves an assessment of how likely the observed mixture is to occur under various assumptions. So what they will tell you is that it's all dependent on the number of contributors to the mixture. If there are 2 contributors to the mixture, then the DNA profile they obtained does not actually match James Jones. But if there are 3 contributors to the mixture, it now becomes 550 million times more probable that it is her DNA. But even with that, I believe that the DNA expert will tell you that they cannot actually say that 2 contributors, 3 contributors, 4 contributors, 10 contributors, whatever, they cannot say that it's actually her DNA. The best they can give you is a likelihood ratio. And you will hear evidence about some issues with the way they did their testing. And I'm going to ask you to listen very, very carefully to the evidence. So all I ask of you, please listen carefully. Keep an open mind. I know that this is a serious case. You know this is a serious case. Please treat it as such. Keep an open mind. Listen carefully. Use your common sense. Think about what the state had just told you. Think about what the evidence ultimately shows. Remember the burden of proof. It does not rest on Ms. Jones. It rests fairly and squarely on the state. And that burden is to prove her guilt beyond reasonable doubt. She does not have to prove her innocence. They have to prove her guilt. They will not be able to reduce one single eyewitness. That's the best they will come up with is flawed DNA and flawed geofencing. Thank you.
All right, unless any members of the jury, by show of hands, need a break, then I'll ask the state to call their first witness.
Your Honor, the state calls Tammy Paris. Let's see. Go ahead. That's up to. I got it.
Raise your right hand. Confirm to the testimony is the truth and nothing but the truth to help you.
I do.
Small speaker, if you want, would you please state and spell your name for the court? Yes.
My name is Tammy Paris. The spelling is Tammy. Last name Paris, Parris.
Paris, good morning.
Good morning.
Can you tell the court where you're currently employed?
I am employed at Chatcom 911.
And what is Chatcom 911?
It is a privatized 911 center that we dispatch for Sandy Springs, Johns Creek, Brookhaven, and Dunwoody.
And how long have you worked for that company?
12 years.
Okay. And describe your duties.
I am a records and quality assurance manager, so I process records requests for the general public, district attorneys, lawyers, and I produce CAT reports, 911 audio, radio traffic, and I certify those records. And I'm also a quality assurance manager where I monitor the performance of our 911 dispatchers for medical, police, and fire calls.
Okay. How long have you worked in that capacity?
5 years.
All right. And can you tell the jury how a 911 call comes in to your company?
It comes in through the PSAP, which is a public safety answering point. We are the public safety answering point for those 4 entities that we dispatch for. And it comes through on a 911 call, it comes through a 911 server, which is secured in a server room, and it's only accessible by our IT department.
Okay. And are there any documents that are created when a 911 call comes in?
The actual 911 call and all of our calls are documented in our CAD, which is our computer-aided dispatch.
And where with, say, the CAD report or computer aid report, where would that document be stored at your company?
It's also in the secure server room.
Okay. And when your agency receives a request, say, for instance, from the DA's office or law enforcement, do you obtain it through that secure server room?
When I receive a request, it's actually on our digital platform. You send it to records@chatcom.org, and I receive it on a CISA digital platform, and that's where all of my records requests come from for certain departments.
Okay. And if you're referencing the CAD report, is that a report that's kept in the normal course of business at 911?
It is, yes.
And if we're referencing the 911 audio call itself, is that also a medium that's kept in the normal course of business at 911?
Yes.
Permission to approach the witness, Judge?
You may.
I'm going to hand you what's previously been marked as State's Exhibit 2. Can you tell the court what this exhibit is?
Okay. And this is our CAT report.
And is that the same CAD report that you've been testifying to this morning?
Yes.
And does that CAD report and Exhibit 2 reference a specific date in question?
It does.
And what is that date?
It's June 27th, 2018.
Okay. And does that CAD report reference a specific address?
Yes.
And what is that address?
1095 Old Woodbine Road.
That exhibit, that State's Exhibit 2, is that kept in a normal course of business?
Yes.
Your Honor, at this time, the state will determine evidence, State's Exhibit 2.
No objection.
Admitted without objection.
And what's been marked as State's Exhibit 3. Can you tell the court if you recognize that State's Exhibit?
Yes.
How do you recognize that exhibit?
It is a disc for 911 calls.
And that Exhibit 3? That Exhibit 3? Does that exhibit, have you had a chance to view the contents of that State's Exhibit?
Yes.
And what is on that exhibit?
It is the 911 call for this particular case on Woodbine Road.
Okay. The case on Old Woodbine Road?
Old
that you've
Woodbine
been
Road.
testifying to?
Yes.
All right.
Mhm.
And have you had a chance to review the contents of State's Exhibit 3?
Yes.
And after reviewing the contents of State's Exhibit 3, can you say that the contents are kept in the normal course of business at 911?
Yes.
Okay. Your Honor, at this time, the state will move to tender into evidence State's Exhibit 3.
No objection.
Admitted.
Permission to publish?
You may.
And publishing State's Exhibit 2 first from this group. And Your Honor, I think I need to be enabled to share.
All right.
It was enabled initially, but it's been taken off.
All right. I think we need to add Mr. Fawcett again as a co-host. Looks like that's been done now.
For the record, publishing State's Exhibit 2. Ms. Paris, on the board, well, on the projection of State's Exhibit 2, is that 911 CAD that you've been testifying to?
Yes, it is.
And do you see on the 911 CAD, is there an indication as to a date and time that this call came in?
Yes.
And can you recite that for the record?
June 27th, 2018, and the time is 18:55 and 4 seconds.
Okay. And is that the document where this call would have been stored and turned over to Sandy Springs Police Department?
Yes.
And Your Honor, for the record, we're now publishing, pull it up first, State's Exhibit 3.
Check on 911. What's the address of your emergency?
Hi, yes, I'm at 1094, Woodbine Avenue Road, and we just came home to my friend's house, and her mother is dead.
Okay. All right, repeat your address for me.
Here, 1095 Old Wood Avenue Road.
Old Alabama Road?
Woodbine.
Okay.
Woodbine.
Okay.
Woodbine.
Okay, and what's the telephone number you're calling from?
My number is 310-623-7231.
Okay.
What? You okay?
And how long ago did you find her?
Oh, she's dead. We just found her. We just came. We just got in the door. I don't know how long she's been dead in the bathtub. Oh my gosh.
Okay, are you with the patient now?
Yes.
Okay.
Oh, I'm on the stairway. My friend, her daughter's house. Her.
How old is the patient?
How old is she, Katie? Katie, how old is she? 72.
Okay. Okay, hold on one second. We have them started. Is she awake?
No, she's not awake. She's dead. She's very dead.
Okay. Do you believe she's beyond help?
I don't know. Is she behind that? Is she beyond? Is she more than? Yes, she's very dead. She thinks someone's murdered her.
Okay, what makes you think that?
Because Katie, why do you think she's been murdered? Why do you think she's been murdered?
Is there a gunshot wound or a stab wound?
There is. There's blood all over the place. There's like sharp things. There's a broken mirror, broken
Okay.
TV. Like someone broke into this house and.
Okay. Hold on one second. Let me start the police.
Oh my God.
Okay, I'm sending the paramedics to help you now.
Okay, thank you. Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh. Her car is gone. Katie, her car is gone, right? Someone stole her car. Oh my God. Should we get the license? Should we get the license?
Okay, I'm sending someone to assist you now. Please leave everything as you found it. Is there anything else we can do for you?
I don't know. I don't know. I don't know what to do. I guess the paramedics will just come. Yeah. Just send it.
Okay.
Police? You need police?
Okay, we have police, fire, and paramedics en route to you right now.
Okay.
Okay. Reassure. From now on, don't let. If anything worsens in any way, give us a call back, okay?
Okay. Okay.
They're on their way.
Okay. How long will it take?
We don't have an ETA for them, but they are en route to you as soon as possible. They're going to be there soon.
Okay. Okay.
All right. Okay.
Your Honor, for the record, we've concluded publishing State Exhibit 3. And Harris, as it relates to this case, was that primarily your role as 911 custodian?
Yes.
Okay. That's all I have of this witness, Judge.
Any cross-examination?
None, thank you.
Thank you. Can this witness be excused, Mr. Fawcett?
No objection.
Thank you, Ms. Parrish.
Okay, thank you.
State may call its next witness.
Your Honor, the state calls Officer Hashmi.
Okay. Swear affirm to the testimony is the truth. Yes, sir. May you see it. Speaking to the mic, please state and spell your name for the court.
First name is Mohammed, Mohammad. Last name is Hashmi, Hashmi.
Okay.
So that was the ones that.
From these on forward,
Yeah.
you'll cover the rest of
The ones that, but you know, the crime scene. doesn't it?
them. Okay, I'll leave these out. Okay. that's fine.
And you've probably got a lot of different.
I won't be showing the duplicates. Okay. Good. Okay.
No problem.
All right. Officer Hashmi, where are you currently employed?
Sandy Springs Police Department.
What do you do with Sandy Springs?
I'm a patrol officer, or right now I'm assigned to evening beat patrol. I'm a sergeant.
All right. How long have you worked in that capacity?
As a supervisor,
Yes.
approximately 10 months.
And prior to your role as a supervisor in your current capacity, what did you do at Sandy Springs?
I've been a patrol officer with the city of Sandy Springs, and I was on bike patrol. And then I was a detective for a little while.
Okay. And how were you employed with Sandy Springs Police Department in 2018?
I was a police officer for the city of Sandy Springs.
All right. And do you recall what areas you were patrolling?
Yes, sir, within the city limits of Sandy Springs.
Okay. And in 2018, just describe what your duties were as a patrol officer.
At the time I was on bike patrol, I did a combination of riding a police bicycle, patrolling my designated area, and also responded to calls in a patrol vehicle.
Okay. Do you recall the date? September 27, 2018?
Correction, June 27th.
I'm sorry, June, yes. Do you recall that date?
Yes, sir.
At any point, did you respond to a location on Old Woodbine Road?
Yes, sir.
And what was the nature of your response to that location?
I was dispatched to a trouble unknown call at 1095 Old Woodbine Road, which is located in the city of Sandy Springs, Fulton County.
Okay. And what did you do upon arriving at that location?
Upon arrival at the scene, I located a small juvenile that was flagging me down. I walked up the driveway of the house.
Okay. What did you see? What did you observe upon walking up to the driveway?
I observed the complainant, which was Miss Catherine, and then we began walking inside of the house.
And are you familiar with what's described as securing the scene?
Yes, sir.
What does it mean to secure a scene?
Once you, as police officers, we first thing we want to make sure that all of the occupants, if someone needs medical assistance, that we do that, and then we secure the scene for crime scene integrity.
Okay. So when you entered the residence at Old Woodbine, what exactly did you believe was happening upon your entry?
When I arrived inside of the house, I observed, I went into the TV room. I saw some contents that were laid out on the floor. I observed the drawer, they were pulled out, and then I was directed upstairs where Miss Thomason, which was the decedent, was located on the second floor of the house in a restroom.
Okay. At that time, did you know if anyone or potential suspects were still at the residence?
No, sir.
Okay. And how did that fact direct your next actions while you were at the residence?
So once, I'm sorry, once I located the decedent at that point, I asked the family members that were with me, I asked them to exit the residence because I wasn't sure if there were additional people inside the house. At that point, I began clearing the house to make sure that the scene was secure and it was safe and there was no additional victims and or suspects.
And when you say clearing the house, what do you mean by that?
So I was by myself at the time, so I drew my department issued firearm, and at that point began clearing the residence. I went up downstairs, the main floor, and then upstairs to make sure that there was no one else inside.
How much time would you say you spent clearing the residence? It's just an estimate.
I would say approximately 5 to 6 minutes.
Okay. At some point, you were satisfied that the house was cleared?
Yes, sir.
Can you describe any, demeanor or how the family was acting when you arrived at that location?
Yes, sir. They were distraught.
Okay. And could you tell whether or not there were signs of a struggle at the residence?
Yes, sir.
And with as much detail as you can describe what gave you the impression that there had been a struggle?
Yes, sir. So the decedent was located on the second floor of the residence in the restroom. You go up a set of stairs, and on the right side of the staircase was the bedroom. And in that bedroom, I observed a mirror that was broken on the ground, and I observed broken and shattered glass. I observed like on the bed, on the actual bed inside of the bedroom, there was a purse that was laid out. I observed contents out of that purse that were laid out onto the bed. I observed fecal matter that was on the bed. Observed blood. Observed blood. And then inside of the restroom, I observed sheets and a towel that had blood on it, bloody footprint, a scalpel on the floor, blood splatter on the walls where the decedent was located. And then also next to the restroom, there was a room next to it, and I observed a lot of blood on the carpet.
Okay.
Yes,
So
sir.
Upon seeing all of that, and specifically the evidence of what you believe to be a struggle and blood, what were the next steps that you took? And was there a particular department in your agency that you were contacting at that point?
Yes, sir. So after I observed everything on the second floor of the residence, I moved down, and I believe it was the dining room. I observed some monitors on the ground, and then I also observed forced entry to the back door. At that point, I realized what was going on, and I immediately contacted our criminal investigation division at that point.
Could you tell what object, if any, was used to attempt to force the door, or did it look damaged? If you could describe that.
I believe the molding kind of was pushed out on that door. that's what gave me the impression that the door was forced open, sir.
All right. And how long, upon your arrival, how long did it take for additional detectives and law enforcement to arrive at that location? You can recall.
Well, officers had not arrived yet. I believe I'd started EMS while I was en route. Once the fire department got there, I only asked for one EMT to go upstairs with me
And what was the purpose of that?
to protect the integrity of the crime scene.
And when you say integrity, just what do you mean by that?
So you don't want, from what I saw, there was, based on my training, knowledge, and experience, I didn't want too many people going into that scene, especially the fire department, to, maybe move stuff or contaminate the scene. And for that reason, I made the decision to just take one EMT with me to confirm that the victim was deceased.
Okay. And were you able to confirm that?
Yes, sir.
Okay. All right. Officer Hashmi, I'm going to hand you what's been marked as State's Exhibits 4 through 157.
Yes, sir.
Take a look at these exhibits. Tell the court if you recognize them and where you recognize them from.
This is the incident location.
Okay. The 1095 Old Woodbine Road,
Yes, sir.
and is that the same location you responded to on June 27, 2018?
Yes, sir.
And that's the case you've been testifying to this morning?
Yes, sir.
Okay. If you could take a moment to look through those photos, and then I'll ask you a question about it once you conclude it.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Your Honor, at this time, I'm going to move to introduce Exhibits 4 through 157 that I've just tendered to this officer as a fair and accurate representation of what he observed at that location. I believe defense counsel is okay with that.
All right. Any objection to 4 through 157?
No.
All right. Thank you. They're admitted without objection.
Okay. Yeah. Come on. All right. Your Honor, for the record, I am publishing State's Exhibit 4 that has been tendered into evidence. And Officer Hashmi, can you tell the court what we are looking at with State's Exhibit 4?
This is going to be the incident location, which is 1095 Old Woodbine.
And that's the location in Fulton County that we've been testifying to?
Yes, sir.
And a location you responded to and found Ms. Kate Thomason deceased in her residence?
Yes, sir.
Okay. I'm going to show you what's been marked previously as State's Exhibit 9. Do you recognize that as being the front door to that residence?
Yes, sir.
And upon walking in, showing you State's Exhibit 10, does that look like what you observed upon walking into that residence?
Yes, sir.
All right. Okay. I'm going to show you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 12. Can you tell us what we're looking at?
These are the monitor screens that I observed on the floor of the residence.
All right. And again, with State's Exhibit 13, is that another photograph of what you were just describing to the court?
Yes, sir.
And when you just testified previously about rummaging evidence of a struggle, do you see any of that depicted on State's Exhibit 13?
Yes, sir.
All right. I'll show you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 14. Can you tell us what we're looking at?
You're looking at the room with the couch tipped over.
Did that appear to be out of place when you arrived? Did you consider that as part of evidence of the struggle as well?
Yes, sir.
And so Exhibit 15, another view and angle of that room. Show you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 16 and State's Exhibit 18. Do you see anything that looks out of place on State's Exhibit 18?
Yes, sir. The AC vent seems to be taken off the wall.
Show you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 21. Do you see any evidence of rummaging in State's Exhibit 21?
Yes, sir. These are some of the contents on the floor that I observed inside of the residence.
Okay. And now State's Exhibit 22. Is that a different angle of that room that you were just testifying to?
Yes, sir. The drawers were open and the contents were on the floor.
Now I'll show you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 27. Is that another photo from inside the residence in 1095 Old Woodbine?
Yes, sir.
And do you see any evidence of rummaging in that exhibit?
Yes, sir.
And could you describe it for the jury?
It looks like I believe, electronic box with all the wires pulled out. Some of the electronics may have been tampered with.
Now, you also made your way to the rear of the residence as well?
That's correct.
And during your time at that location, did you attempt to observe any signs of, I believe you were testifying to entry,
Yes, sir.
in particular forced entry? Did you observe that as well?
Yes, sir.
I'm going to show you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 30. Well, what are we looking at with this exhibit?
You're looking at the back door and you see the the deadbolt mechanism appears to be removed.
Okay. Exhibit 31, is that a better photograph of that room that you were just testifying to?
Yes, sir.
Right. And is that the back door that appeared to have been pried or damaged for entry?
That's correct, sir.
Okay. And okay. So what we're looking at now, what part in the residence is this, if you can recall that?
I do not recall. I believe it's the rear of the residence, but
Do you recall that as a lower level or the upper level?
this is going to be the main floor, the lower level.
Okay. Okay. Did you also go upstairs? I believe you had just testified to that as well.
That's correct, sir.
I'm going to show you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 64. Okay. Is that a photograph from upstairs of the residence at 1095 Old Woodbine?
Yes, sir.
And what did you see upon looking at that State's exhibit depicted in 64?
It appeared that someone had gone in there and was looking for something, rummaging through the drawers of the dresser.
Okay, so when you first make your way upstairs, your testimony that you observed what appeared to be items knocked over?
Correct, sir.
And so we're downstairs, at that point, are you thinking there's been some type of burglary or a fight?
That's correct, sir.
Right. So is that the context when we're looking at State 64 that you're testifying as to what you're thinking when you're looking at this?
That's correct, sir.
And that same room, State's Exhibit 65, is that additional evidence of what appears to be rummaging.
That's correct, sir.
Okay, now State's Exhibit 66. Do you recall where in the residence this was?
This was on the same floor, on the second floor. It's her bedroom, and this was the contents of the purse that were laid out on the bed.
Okay, do you see anything else of interest on the bed itself?
Correct. If where the red pillow is, you can see the fecal matter on the bed.
Okay, and you observed that on the night you were at the residence?
That's correct, sir.
And State's Exhibit 68, is that a closer photograph of what you were just testifying to?
Yes, sir.
Okay. I'm going to show you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 81. Can you tell the jury in the court what we're looking at with this exhibit?
This is going to be the restroom where the decedent was located at.
Okay. And when we say Ms. Thomason, do you see any part of her on State's Exhibit 81?
That's correct. You can see her feet visible while she's in the bathtub.
Okay. And is that what you observed when you made your way into the bathroom at that residence?
Yes, sir.
All right. Show you what's been marked as 83. Did you also observe that on June 27, 2018 at Old Woodbine Road?
Yes, sir. So what we're looking at here are sheets on the ground containing some blood, and there was a bloody footprint. And then if you scroll down a little bit, you'll be able to see by the door right there on the right side, a small scalpel type tool that I observed on the scene as well.
Okay. All right. And was that when you observed the scene itself, the blood and what you observed and testified as a tool, at the point of looking at that, did you think that it was something of value as well?
Yes, sir.
All right.
Yeah. Yes, sir.
Okay. Let's show you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 104. Can you tell us what we're looking at?
This was the decedent, Miss Thomason, inside of the bathtub.
And that's how she was positioned when you made your way into that residence?
Yes, sir.
Show you 105. You recall seeing that the night of the homicide as well?
Yes, sir. This is going to be the room that's located right next to the restroom where Miss Thomason was, and that's the blood that I was talking about on the carpet.
Okay. What other items do you see depicted in that photograph?
You'll see a chair over there, and and then on top of the dresser over there, you had I saw some tape and some scissors as well.
And when you say tape and scissors, you're referring to showing you State's Exhibit 10. Is that what you're referring to?
Yes, sir.
All right. And just other parts in that room, I want to show you State's Exhibit 107. Is that an accurate depiction of what you saw on that night?
Yes, sir.
And you also see blood depicted in that State's Exhibit as well?
Yes, sir.
And is that a different room from the bathroom that she was located in?
Yes, sir.
All right. Let me show you another side of that room, States Exhibit 108. Do you see blood on that exhibit as well, 108?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So if you're first arriving at this location and you're trying to determine where an assault or where an attack might have occurred, where in the residence are you thinking upon making your arrival that an attack or an assault may have occurred?
And Your Honor, I believe I'm going to object to this as speculation.
All right, Mr. Fossett, if you just want to establish, maybe he has some background in this sort of making this kind of deduction.
In particular, on the night in question, June 27, 2018, did you have an impression as to where an attack may or may not have occurred when you walked into that residence?
Yes, sir. Based on what I was seeing, when I first arrived on scene and walking upstairs, based on the bedroom, the struggle that took place there, is where everything could have started.
Show you States Exhibit 11. Do you see evidence of blood depicted on that exhibit as well?
Yes, sir.
And Exhibit 112, top of the chair depicted, do you see evidence of blood or a struggle on that exhibit as well?
Yes, sir.
Now, what was your role in the investigation on that night you responded to Old Woodbine?
I was the first responding officer, so my role essentially is to secure the scene and hold it until the detectives show up and take over the investigation from there.
And did you in fact do that?
Yes, sir.
While you were present on the scene, and your testimony was that you were the first officer, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Did you ensure that the integrity of the crime scene was maintained?
Yes, sir.
At the time you were securing the crime scene, were you also anticipating the possibility of DNA evidence being collected and gathered in this case?
Yes, sir.
One moment, Your Honor.
Is that one? Okay, I just want to make sure.
Your Honor, that's all I have this witness.
Cross-examination.
Morning, Officer Hirschme.
Morning.
Couple of quick questions. How long had you been a police officer at the time you went to this residence?
So in 2018, it would have been 5 years.
You made a guesstimation, I suppose, as to where the struggle started?
No, ma'am. I don't understand that question.
You don't know where the struggle started in the house?
No, I just laid out where the struggle was at the house.
But you don't know where it started? Correct?
Yeah, that would be correct.
And you don't know what happened in that house, correct?
Can you rephrase that question, ma'am?
You don't know what happened in that house.
I do know what happened in that house.
Great, tell us.
Okay. Responded to a trouble unknown call.
No, I don't want your recitation of your role. You don't know what happened before you got there. You don't know how Miss Thomason landed up in the situation she did.
That would be correct.
Thank you. You do know that there was a struggle.
Correct.
Now, while you were going through the house, did you observe that the doors at the back were not locked and that there was tape over the receivers?
I do not recall that, ma'am.
Did you notice that doorknobs had been removed?
Correct.
Did you locate the doorknobs?
No, ma'am.
But you were not the crime scene technician who actually took these photos and actually did the crime scene investigation, correct?
That's correct. No, I did not take those photographs.
There was another crime scene technician who actually did that work.
That'll be correct.
Now, one thing you did do was you did some canvassing of properties in the area.
Correct.
And did you ascertain during your canvass of the area that the property at 1115 Old Woodbine was vacant?
I do not recall that.
You don't recall that at all?
No, ma'am.
You don't recall that at all?
No, ma'am.
Where would the property at 1115 Old Woodbine have been?
Your Honor, I would object. I don't know that this witness has a foundation to know that information.
Well, we'll find out, I guess. So if you can answer the question, if you,
I don't know. I don't know, Your Honor.
Well, this was 1095. Did you investigate properties in the area? Did you talk to people in the area?
Correct. I did.
You didn't notice a vacant property?
I just knocked on doors and made contact with people that answered those doors.
And you didn't ask whether there was a vacant property in the area?
No, ma'am, I did not ask that.
Okay. Were lights on when you arrived?
I'm sorry?
Were lights on when you arrived?
A lock?
Lights.
Oh, the lights.
Yes.
It was raining and inside of that residence, yes, there were lights on, yes.
So it was brightly lit like in the photograph exhibit 1?
Can you show me the picture again? Because that photograph was taken at night. Yes, ma'am. This photograph was taken at night. When I responded to the scene, there was still a little bit of sunlight.
So it wasn't like that.
Correct.
And would you agree that photograph is slightly misleading.
I'm going to object to this line of questioning, Judge,
On the grounds?
on the grounds that it's improper and it's an irrelevant question to ask a direct witness on cross.
As currently phrased, well, let's see the full question. But right now that'd be denied.
The driveway isn't that long, is it?
No,
It's a shortish driveway.
correct.
If you look at that photo, it looks awfully long, doesn't it?
All I see is just a house in the photograph, ma'am.
And did you notice a camera at the front of the house
Correct.
and a camera at the back of the house?
That's correct.
They pretty much couldn't be missed, could they?
Correct.
Photo 27. Could you just have a quick look at that for me, please? And tell me where that photo was taken.
This is going to be on the main floor of the residence, ma'am.
But do you know which room?
I don't recall the exact room.
So you don't know which room, okay. Photo 13.
Yes, ma'am.
Do you know which room?
Yes, ma'am. This is going to be the dining room.
Dining. And was that to you indicative of a struggle?
Correct.
So in fact, it would have looked like the struggle had started downstairs.
This looked like some monitors were knocked over, rummaging through.
And then photo 64.
Yes, ma'am.
Do you know what room that was taken in?
Yes, ma'am. This is going to be the bedroom
The main bedroom.
on the second floor.
The main bedroom, the Miss Thomason's bedroom.
Correct.
And was that the sum total of your role in this case?
Correct. Once once the detectives got there, the scene was turned over to them.
So you just did a little bit of canvassing and that was it?
That's correct, ma'am.
May I have one moment? No further questions. Thank you, Your Honor.
Any redirect?
No, Your Honor.
Can this witness be excused?
No objection.
You can step down, sir. Thank you. Anyone from the jury need a break? Seeing none, state may call his next witness. Officer, if you could have those exhibits that were tendered, just leave those up here with the court reporter. Right there. Thank you.
Your Honor, we're calling Catherine Rodriguez for the record. Rodriguez? I always get it wrong.
State, spell your name for the court.
My name is Katie Griglas, KatiegryGlas.
Thank you. Where are you? Where do you, or what town do you currently live in?
I live in Parker, Texas.
And are you familiar with Kate Thomason?
Yes,
And how are you familiar?
that is my mother.
And how old was she when she was killed?
71.
Was she working at the time?
She owns, or she owned rental properties down at Georgia Tech. That were her, she rented to international students that were like her second group of kids.
Can you try to speak into the
Oh, sorry.
microphone and I think that'll help.
Okay, hear me now? Right, better.
Yes. Could you repeat that answer?
Oh yeah,
What did she do?
She owned some rental properties down by Georgia Tech that she landlord and spent a lot of time with.
Okay. And did she employ anybody on that job? Well, for her job, to help her with her job.
Yes, she obviously handyman, and she did a lot herself, and then had a couple handymen she would call to help her with stuff.
In case something broke.
Yes.
Okay. Did that take a lot of time of her, excuse me, did that take a lot of her time? Seem like?
More than it probably should have, but
And at the time she was doing this, where were you?
when she worked,
Yeah, I mean, where were you living?
oh, well, this whole time, I've been in Texas.
Okay. And do you, never mind. Do you have any children?
I have 4 kids.
Okay. And Kay's their grandmother?
Yes.
Could you describe their relationship?
She loved her kids. They were her kids, grandkids. They really were her whole world. Yeah, she was the best grandma ever.
You may, and just direction for both counsel, if it's the witness that you called, no need to ask for permission to approach. Absent further direction.
No. Thank you.
I'm going to show you what's been marked as State's Exhibit number 1. Are you familiar with that?
Yeah, that's her.
Could you please identify what that is for the court?
My mom, Kay Thomason.
Is it a picture?
Yes, picture. Sorry, I don't know what you wanted.
Your Honor, at this time, I'd ask the State's 1 be admitted in the evidence.
Any objection?
No, you're not.
Submitted.
And ask permission to publish that.
You may.
Thank you. You lived in a different town. How often did you see your mother at that point?
We tried to go back and forth every couple months, with her visiting us and me visiting her.
Did you plan on going there in the latter part, right around June 27th, 2018?
Yeah, I was actually supposed to meet a friend the day before at her house they were in, they actually lived overseas and they were in the country. Her daughter had attended a gymnastics camp at University of Georgia, and her daughter and my best friend, or my oldest daughter, were best friends when we lived overseas with them. So we thought we'd meet them at my mom's house, a neutral place,
Okay, when did you kind of make those plans?
a couple weeks before.
And did you tell anybody anybody other than your friend you were going?
Oh, besides my family, that was it. I mean,
Did you talk to your mom and tell her when you were
oh yeah,
coming in?
because she was housing us all.
Okay, but you're staying over there?
Yes.
Was that typical when you would come to Atlanta, you'd stay with her?
Oh, yes. Yeah.
Okay. Ballpark, how many times did you come to Atlanta in the couple of years preceding 2018?
So before that, when we lived overseas, we just moved back in 16. We would spend all our summers with her. So my kids grew up in that house, like spending about 8 weeks every summer with her in Atlanta.
Tell the jury about at that point in 2018, about your mother's living situation.
Um,
You understand what I'm asking you? Who's she living with?
Nobody, by herself.
Could you please explain that?
Yeah, so she had been living, like, my parents got divorced when I was really young. She's always lived by herself. She never remarried. She lived in a pretty big size house, and the idea that we were there, like all her kids could come back and stay with her at any time, and all the grandkids had places to go there. But yeah, she was alone. She lived alone.
Were you aware of any surveillance equipment in that house?
Actually, no. She had an alarm system at one point that we made her get.
Okay.
But back then, I don't remember there being video cameras. I just knew it was door alarm, like sensors.
Did you ever find out that she did have video cameras?
Yes.
When did you find that out?
Actually, the morning when she had emailed me, weirdly, instead of called, that there was somebody, she thought somebody was trying to get in the house, and she said, in the email said, I put up cameras. When you get here, you can help me figure out how to watch it.
Do you remember about what time you received that email?
Well, when I woke up, but she sent it at like 2:30 in the morning. Her time.
Did she normally email you?
Yes and no. I mean, we used text, called, email. She was not the best with electronics in the sense that I don't know if she thought she was sending that as a message and it came across as an email instead.
Well, yeah, let's back up a day. Where were you were supposed to come to Atlanta the day before?
Yes.
Could you talk us through what happened that day?
Unfortunately, so my husband is an airline pilot. So we were going to try to non-rev to go see him, which means standby. And he told me that the flights were full and didn't look good for that night. So I called her earlier and said, we're not coming. The flights don't look good. We're going to try for the next morning because there's lots of seats open, being that I had to take my 4 kids with me. So there's 5 of us. And my friend that was meeting us actually said, oh, that's fine because we got out of our thing late. So we'll just meet you there tomorrow. Even though I was like, you can go ahead and go to my mom's. And she said, no, we'll stay in Athens one more night and meet you the next day.
Okay. Did you tell your mom about that?
Oh, yeah.
Did you talk to her at that point?
Yes. She FaceTimed us that night and was talking to my girls with me while we were making dinner. And we were probably on FaceTime for an hour.
Do you know about what time that was?
Probably 6 o'clock. 5:36 when we make dinner,
Did anything seem amiss at that point?
no.
So what did you do the next day?
So actually woke up late for we had flight and was in a panic and saw her email and texted her back saying, she'd asked me if my husband was coming. I said no, was like weirdly sent her a message on the way to the airport that we were there, and she never replied. And the same thing, we got to the airport and said, oh, we're getting on the flight, sent her a text message and tried to call her, no answer.
Okay. Was that unusual to you at the time?
Yeah, I mean, part of me thought she overslept or she'd been up. She did say she was going to clean the house. She's like, I still haven't finished cleaning for you guys. And so I thought maybe she overslept, that she would text me back any minute. It wasn't, that wasn't abnormal. Like I was in a rush too, trying to get through the airport with 4 little kids,
Sure.
I didn't think anything strange about it.
Okay. So you got on a plane and came to Atlanta.
Mm-hmm.
What happened what did you do when you arrived?
Again, text and called her, no answer. We went out where we would normally meet her to pick up all the time. She's not there.
When you would meet her at the airport?
Yeah, like
You expected her to pick you all
just
up?
be there. Yeah, she knew my flight. I'd sent her
Okay.
all the stuff, and so just no, she's not there. So she's not answering. Whatever. I reached out to my little brother and said, "Can you try to get a hold of mom for me? I don't know what to do. Like I'm at the airport. She doesn't come here. I'm like, maybe she forgot her phone. Maybe
What did you do next?
my friend had said came in town, and she had driven to the house and said, well, your mom's car's not here. So I'm like, oh, what if she's stuck in traffic? I was like,
Yeah.
I don't know what to
You
do.
don't know.
So we were around for an hour till my kids like lost their minds and were hungry and whatever. And the friend had ended up at near Brookhaven MARTA station to get food for her kids. So I said, well, I'm just gonna get on MARTA and I'll meet you there.
Okay.
It's close to my mom's house, and we'll figure out what to do when I get there if I haven't heard from her still. So we took the train and we took MARTA up to Brookhaven, and then they were inside the
Do you know how long it took you to get there?
what is it, 30, 45 minutes at least.
And about what time are we talking about?
We came in at like 3 o'clock, 2:30, 3 o'clock into the airport, and I probably stayed there an hour waiting for her.
2:30, 3 o'clock in the afternoon.
Yeah. And so we probably left around 4 and then got, to Brookhaven 4:30, between 4:30 and 5, something like that. And then they were there's a pizza place there. They were in there eating. So I went inside and I actually ordered food for my kids to go. And
Okay.
was like, we need to go and figure out what's going on.
And what happened next?
So she drove some of the kids and I ordered an Uber, and we got to the house and her car still wasn't there, which I thought was really still odd.
Okay. Had you tried to contact her all in the meantime?
Oh yeah. And her phone, all her messages went from like blue, like received, to green, like sent as a text message.
What does that mean?
Like that her service wasn't on, or
Okay.
phone was dead, or I don't know. So I was, obviously starting to really worry that I don't know where she is, and called my brother. He said he still hadn't heard from her, and the house, so went around the house. Everything's locked up, and I'm trying to figure out what's, where she is.
Is that odd for everything to be locked up?
Somewhat. She's a very free person and very trusting, and usually like one of the back doors would be, the house has a lot of entrance ways. So I would think the first 2 are usually locked that people would try, and then one of the back on the back outside would be open. But everything was locked. And I was like, but I knew sadly that the French doors in the back had been installed wrong. So if you pushed really hard, you could get in. They opened into the house instead of out. So I basically broke in the house because I didn't know what, like we're there and the Uber's left and we're stuck with all our luggage.
So where are you in reference to the front of the house at this
I'd gone around back to the back of the house.
Okay. And who was with you?
So my friend Alana and her 2 kids, and then my 4 kids.
And you all went to the back house together?
They all didn't come in with me.
Okay. What happened next?
I went through in the house, and the downstairs wasn't anything abnormal except for the TV had been knocked out, was on the ground, and like one of the the drawers under it were things had been messed up, and then the covers to her cushions on her couch were not on, which to me was she'd washing them, so she just
Okay.
hadn't put them back on. So I didn't think so. I opened the front door to let everybody in.
And there's like a foyer in the front?
Yeah. And a side door off the garage, which they started coming in, bringing their luggage. So I went upstairs to just like check in and was yelling. I went in her room, and there's a big mirror she had was broken and on the ground, like somebody had fallen into it. So
What were you thinking at that point?
that she fell and hurt herself.
Okay.
And knowing my mom had taken herself to the hospital, or something like that. Like I was running through the house going, like, couldn't figure out why, like, so I went downstairs to tell them like, we got to go, we got to figure out where she is. And then I went back upstairs thinking, did she leave her purse here? Did she leave? And it's all over her bed. And her
Okay.
bed, like her bed's a mess. And then,
What happened next?
I noticed that there's a door at the top of the stairs. And it's one of those things where since she doesn't live there, the doors to the bedrooms never get closed, and it was locked. And I thought, well, why is this door locked? But you could go around through a bathroom to get into that room,
Okay.
and that door was open.
What happened next?
So I walked around through the bathroom and went into that room, and there was blood all over the carpet.
Okay. Take your time.
A chair, there's only one chair in there, was knocked over. And then like a little metal thing by the front door or by the door in the room that was covered in blood. And so then I started to panic. I didn't know what had happened, where she was. And left to tell everyone to get out of the house. But then I don't know what hit me to turn around. Did I notice the shower curtain was closed? And no one uses that bathroom.
And what happened next?
She was in there.
And
So I started screaming for Alana to call 911. And I tried to get her out.
where was she lying?
Face down in the water.
What did you do?
I don't even know, pulled the plug and tried to get her out. Like I thought I could save her. But
Did anybody else see where she was at this point?
Alana did, but that was the only one.
So what did you do next?
Oh, it's like she was on the phone with the 911 person, and they didn't understand that she was already dead. Like whatever we were telling them to come.
So you tried to help her and you knew there was no helping her.
Yeah. And that after they said someone was on their way and they had her online, I actually called my brother
Okay.
in a panic to tell him what had happened. And then when the officer got there, he told me I had to get out of the house because there could be someone in that, like he needed to clear the house.
I'm sorry for interrupting. How long was it from when you were on the phone to when the police showed up? If you can estimate, best you can.
I don't know, a few minutes, 5 minutes at the most. It seemed like forever, but it probably wasn't as long as I think it was.
Okay. So what happened next?
I had to go outside and get my kids away from the house. And they heard me, so they know what happened. And, shield them as much as I could. But then, obviously more officers showed up and we were trying, like I described, had to describe her car, everything that was missing, what was not normal, Um, yeah, and then obviously let my other brother know, and my husband know, and
So it was you there along with, did anybody else from your family show up? on the scene?
eventually I called my uncle who lived around the corner, and he came.
Okay.
But they didn't let anybody else in the house. Like at that point, we all ended up going to the police station.
May I just have a moment, Your Honor? Thank you. What else do I need? Nothing further, Your Honor.
Any cross-examination?
Very shortly, thank you.
All right, can this witness be excused on behalf of the state?
Oh, yes. Yes.
Oh, I'm sorry, I didn't hear you, Miss.
Yes, I'm sorry.
Levinsky. Please have a seat, ma'am.
Skryglos. Am I pronouncing it correctly?
It's actually Griglis. Griglis?
Greglis.
Mm-hmm.
I am so sorry
That's
for
okay.
your loss. This was a planned trip.
Mm-hmm.
So your mom was expecting you and she was cleaning the house for your visit.
Correct.
And when had you last visited your mom at the house?
I actually hadn't been there since earlier in the year, January.
And when you were there, you didn't notice any cameras?
Mm-mm.
So
I didn't look for them, no.
You didn't know they existed?
Mm-mm.
Because there was a camera on the front of the house, camera on the back of the house, and a DVD monitor running, I think, in your mom's room.
Mm-hmm.
You don't know when they were installed?
No.
So she never told you that she was having the cameras installed,
Not that I remember, no.
or why?
No, I mean, she's had, like I said before, she's had security systems in the past. She's actually always had a dog, and this is the first time she didn't have a dog at the house that was her. So maybe she thought, she told us she wasn't getting a dog because she wanted to travel more. So maybe she put them in because she wasn't, she was alone and didn't have any alert system anymore.
So did you know that your mom had the habit of leaving her doors unlocked?
Yeah.
And that she put tape over the receivers so they couldn't lock?
Over what?
The part of the door lock that goes into the catch to stop the door locking.
No, I'm not aware of that.
Did you know she took some of her door locks off the door?
Yes, I knew there was one that didn't have there's only one that did not have a full lock. It's still locked, but didn't have the knob.
Why did she leave doors unlocked?
She was just raised in a generation where everyone came and go to visit her, and she left her keys in her car at night. Like, it was just the way she was. I mean, to say I'm kind of guilty of it sometimes too.
Very trusting.
Yes, very.
And And you had spoken to your mom that night.
Correct.
Now, the email she sent you, that email, and perhaps let me show you this. It's marked as Defendant Exhibit 5.
You may.
Thank you. Do you recognize this document?
Yes.
What is that?
Was an email back to me from me sending my itinerary to her. That's basically telling me that. Do you want me to read it or?
Please.
Okay.
First, are you tendering this document?
Yes.
All right. Any objection to D's Exhibit 5? Submitted.
Okay, so I sent her my itinerary and said, we're going to try for this one to get so she has the flight information. She replies, okay, I have my fingers crossed. Is Mark coming too? Someone tried to get into my house tonight. I have it on film, so you can help me try to open the camera recording tomorrow. So glad you're coming. Have been locking my doors. Whoever it is has been taking food when my door is not locked. Send the food I need to buy. She means for my kids. Like to go to the grocery store.
I was wondering what that last line meant.
Mm-hmm.
Send
Like what they
food
want to
I
eat.
need to buy.
Yes.
What that meant, what do your kids eat?
Yes.
Because your kids are picky eaters.
Or just what age she's not, they change all the time. Yeah.
Okay. It would seem to indicate that somebody had been entering her house
Possibly, yes.
and stealing food from her house.
Maybe.
And what time was, you say maybe?
Yeah, I don't have proof, and she doesn't have proof. I think she was a little forgetful of what she bought or what was there, to be honest, at 71.
Was your mom a little forgetful?
Was what?
Was your mom a little forgetful?
Not forgetful, but just a busy person that does stuff and maybe put something, I mean, I didn't take this as it would be. I also have an uncle that likes to play pranks on her a lot. So I took it as a joke of like, oh, it's probably Alton. He came and stole a loaf of bread or something, like he's taken all her forks before kind of person, like just to mess with her. So I didn't take it as she was forgetful. I took it as, oh, great, I got to figure out what's going on with them right now kind of thing. I didn't take it as a worry about somebody actually getting in her house, which is sad.
Your mom was a kind-hearted person who liked to help others.
She did, very much.
She would pick up people off the street to do work in the house.
No, not really.
Pay them in cash.
Not really.
Not really.
No, she knew most of the people. She was like one of her handymen, she had to pick him up. Like he didn't have a car, but she was more the type that would go do something for people on the street and give them,
The handyman was Sean Holt.
Yes.
And a reward of 100,000 was offered for information leading to the arrest of the person who killed your mom.
Correct.
Was it paid out?
I have no idea.
Did you offer the reward?
No.
It was offered by the police.
I do object. She's now answered that she didn't know who did it.
Yeah, I don't know who.
All right.
That would be a speculation.
Understood. Ms. Levinsky, then perhaps maybe other witnesses for this line of testimony. I'm not saying why this would be for her.
And the email was sent at 2:37 a.m. from your mom's iPhone.
Yes, it says sent from my iPhone, correct?
I have nothing. Well, hold on one moment. Nothing further for this witness.
Can you redirect?
No, Your Honor.
Can this witness be excused on behalf of the state?
Yes.
All right, then you can step down.
What would you like for me to do with this?
If you could just leave those with the court reporter on your way to past. Does the state have an estimate of the length of direct for their next witness?
Maybe it's not 15, 20 minutes, maybe. Should still break. Yeah. Yeah, Judge, I think the next two witnesses should be somewhere around 20 to 30 minutes.
Each witness?
No, I think collectively. Well, I mean, it depends on cross-examination, but I would estimate both witnesses being
All
30
right.
minutes.
So members of the jury, we've been going for some time. If you want to take a short break, we can do that and then come back to do these two witnesses and then take our lunch break. Let's do that. And let us know by the light when you're all ready to proceed.
For the jury.
Oh, okay. Yeah, okay.
Yeah.
So they put a Tuesday zone here and put it. Okay.
All right, unless there's anything to address from council, we'll be in a short recess. As soon as the light comes on, I'll plan to bring them back in, try to keep this to around 5 minutes. Thank you all. We're off the record.
I hope for sure. Let me get paid again.
Where's? Look at you, man.
We don't know out of all this.
I don't think that was hurtful.
No, I mean, hey. Let's have some.
Yes, I'm sorry.
5 minutes, okay, I'll be right back.
It's excellent.
Where's the garbage can around here? Thanks.
Government said. I was on government office, yeah. But it's a good school. There's an attorney here. Jessica Gerber. Yeah, she's been for a while, yeah. Yeah, she's here. Jessica. But when we decided it was good, which ones? She might be in 2B court. She might be in there. That's what she's about. What's her answer? Yep. Yeah. G.
Oh.
Your application just got G. Yeah.
That's her.
That's her, right there. She had two people. She been out of court. Let's click on that. Click on. Yes, sir. Yeah. I understand. I just see, just a shot. What school you attending now?
Spelling.
You know better. You know better.
For what?
Yeah, he's would pick the plate. Yeah. He's on the. Okay.
Oh.
Good.
They are just.
Yeah. Oh, okay. Judge gonna take. Antonio. There's a million. Every time I try to search.
Who do we get for the
I looked up my name, it's like, we have Tony White's in that, man, I'm like, wow.
Wrong call, Sutton, they're here now.
Okay.
And Sutton he's crime scene law, he's DNA technique tracking, and Sawtell. They're thinking that we aren't gonna get past Sawtell, but I told them I think we might move fast. I think maybe McCabe and Stidle next, after Sawtell, potentially, right?
You know, we have cell phone.
And then so that would be Barkley maybe at the end of the day. Just a-
Yellow page, the yellow page, the white page.
Maybe today, I don't know. I Oh, shit. It might be tomorrow.
Man, shit, coded it on.
And then we can decide the rest of these two. Williams and got the Bryants and.
So I should do Veronica.
Okay, perfect.
Oh, so that's on the main. From 2018. There.
Have them come.
Yeah, maybe we should ask the court what the schedule is like.
Yeah, let's do that first. Yes. If he could come.
Why didn't you?
Judge?
Yes, sir.
This doesn't necessarily need to be on the record. Well, actually it doesn't. I'm just talking about scheduling for witnesses.
Okay.
We've got 2 witnesses ready. They're not going to be really, really long witnesses, but I assume that will take us through lunchtime, correct?
Sounds like it.
I mean, is that okay for me to tell the other people to?
I think so. And then it feels like we're on track, so we'll take a full hour.
Okay,
And so I would estimate depending on when the light goes on, we're stopping maybe around 1 or 12:15-ish.
Yeah.
And then break for an hour. So maybe your other witnesses can be back here about 1:15.
okay. Thank you.
Yeah.
Yeah, he said, yeah. Yeah, 1:15.
I can go over there.
1:30.
Okay, I need time to go over this. 1
Then
o'clock.
have him 1 o'clock.
1 o'clock.
You are there?
Yeah, where did he stop by? Oh, he just must be bored. Yeah.
Yeah. I need to find 5 there.
I'll go out and talk to him.
185 Central.
Okay.
Avenue.
While you're doing this.
Okay.
Unless you need me in here.
That makes sense.
Vincent can go over some stuff before you.
I have it clipped out and.
Yeah, no, and he spread it to me. Now I got it.
Okay, so let me know when you.
Mhm. Yeah, no, that's not good. No, well, I think the majority are from Schwal. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. They had a trial? Okay. I haven't even been in the hallway since last month. Did they paint the dent? Can you tell it was there?
I'll go back to.
I'm gonna hang a picture of you over that dent. How about that? Can we frame it? We'll put it right there. Okay. Do you have an official sheriff's portrait or something?
Not yet, they've been trying to get me to take one.
You haven't gotten one at all? What's on your ID badge or something?
Oh, yeah, I have that, yeah.
Let's see. We'll see if I can get that in PDF form. Yeah, I want that. Who gives you those badges? Okay. Yeah, we're gonna look into that.
Good job. I looked at it, I could tell. They did a good job. I guess I did.
Oh, yeah. Assuming he shows up. Because I'm sure he's out by now, or did he get bond?
If you made bond, we money bond.
Yeah. I'm kind of curious now. Oh, yeah, we're not worried about him again. We're not worried about him again. Corey Oak.
Keep him away from everybody.
Oh, they're on. All right, can we bring out the defendant? I think Mr. Somno's back there. Mr. Fawcett, if you could go ahead and ask your next witness to go ahead and take the stand.
Oh my gosh. Instead of saying my name, I'm saying I'm reading.
Oh, dear.
Who else comes? Jamie,
Mm-mm. Are you gonna be here?
All right,
don't matter.
bring in Jerry whenever you're ready, Deputy Scott.
Thank you, boss.
Yeah. Right.
We're already back on the record. All right. Thank you, Deputy Scott. Please be seated, everyone. State may call its next witness.
Your Honor, the state calls Leosha Bryant.
Raise your right hand. So far, it's testimony is true and nothing but the truth to help you.
Yeah, I do.
Speaking into the microphone, state your name and spell your name for the court.
Meosha Bryant, Meosha Bryant.
Ms. Bryant, good afternoon.
Hi.
Can you tell the court what you do for a living?
My husband and I have a cleaning company
Okay. And is there a name that you have associated with that cleaning company?
close to home, residential and commercial cleaning company.
All right. What type of services do you provide?
Residential and commercial cleanings.
Okay. How long have you done that?
A little over 8 years.
All right. At any point, did you come to know a woman by the name of Kay Thomason?
Yes, sir.
How did you come to know Ms. Thomason?
We were on one of the apps, and she booked us through one of which was called the Hux app. She booked us through the Hux app, reached out to us, and we began to communicate at that point.
Okay. How does that app work in turn? I guess that's is that a database for obtaining? cleaning
Um,
professional services?
Yeah, pretty
Okay.
much just like Thumbtack or the rest of them.
Okay. So your testimony is that you were contacted.
Right. She
What happens
contacted-
after that?
Well, she contacted us and reached out to her, sent her text messages, let her know exactly, who the team would be, which was myself and my husband. And she booked an appointment and we went to her home.
Okay. Do you recall what time, what year, what time of the month that was?
Mm, it was during the summer.
Okay.
Um,
You
I-
recall that that was in and around the time period of June 27, 2018?
Yeah.
That sound about right?
yeah, it does.
Okay. Do you recall the address, 1095 Old Woodbine Road?
I recall Woodbine, but not the.
Hold on a second.
I'm going to ask the state to stop leading the witness.
I'll
All right.
rephrase the question, Judge.
Okay.
Do you recall going out to the residence of Miss Kay Thompson?
Yes, sir.
Describe what you did when you went out to the residence and who was with you.
It was myself and my husband, Tim. We met Miss Kay outside. She was actually outside when we got there. She walked us through the house, kind of told us exactly what she wanted us to do, what she didn't want us to do. After that, she basically went back outside, and I would come out and communicate with her as to, which room she didn't want us to go into and things like that. But she pretty much stayed outside the entire clean.
Okay. Did you have an opportunity to clean the upstairs and the downstairs?
Yes.
What rooms do you recall cleaning for her?
She only, it was like the back 4 rooms. There was maybe her bedroom and a sitting room. We cleaned the sitting room, not her bedroom, just vacuumed. There was another room, I believe, across the hall, if I'm not mistaken, and the door was shut. We didn't go in there, but it was basically 3 rooms or 4 rooms that she wanted specifically clean for her grandkids.
Okay. And what types, I know you said cleaning services, professional cleaning services. Describe exactly what you're doing when you're cleaning the residence.
Cleaning, top to bottom.
Do you use
with
any
dust.
type of cleaning chemicals or cleaning potions to assist?
Absolutely.
What types of potions or cleaning chemicals do you use?
Well, we use like a deodorizer that my husband patented. We also use like Lysol, bleach, anything that's going to kill germs, Windex, Pledge, microfiber towels, dish soap, whatever we need for the particular area.
Okay. And say if you're looking at a room, walk us through what items you would clean and how you would go about cleaning them.
Well, basically, where we started was upstairs. So upstairs, it was basically just stripping the beds, high dusting, low dusting, cleaning the bathrooms, remaking the beds. What else do we do?
Okay.
Sanitizing the surfaces, spot wipe.
And how
wiping
did
the
you
walls.
go about sanitizing surfaces?
Lysol and microfiber towel or water, soap, whatever was needed for that particular area.
Okay. How long would you say you were over there with your husband in Ms. Thomason's residence?
About 4 hours.
Okay. And did you have plans to, what was the intent when you left Ms. Thomason's residence in terms of any additional work that you may or may not do for her?
Well, we had built a rapport, very beautiful woman, and she had established that she wanted us to continue to do services for her. She had told us about a couple of other properties that she had, not in the state of Atlanta, or Georgia, but also a couple of other projects that she wanted done, like her garage, things of that nature.
Okay. And that day that you went over to see her to clean the residence with your husband, did you see her after that date?
No.
All right. That's all I have this witness, Judge.
In cross-examination.
I may have 1 moment. And good morning.
Good morning.
How are you?
I'm well, thank you. How about yourself?
Good, thank you. So let's see. When were you contacted by Miss Thomason?
When you say when,
When?
sometime in June. I don't really recall when.
And you were contacted via this app,
I'm sorry.
contacted via an app.
Right. She reached out through an app and we corresponded through text messages.
And my understanding is that on the app, she prepays for the services she requires.
I'm not for sure how that works. We get paid once the service is done, so I don't know if she prepays or not.
Didn't you speak to the police about this case?
Absolutely.
Didn't you tell the police that she prepays for the services she requires?
Well, Hux is not my platform. So Hux is a different platform. She goes through Hux. So I don't have any knowledge as to how Hux is ran. We're just contacted through the platform.
But she booked you for a specific period.
She booked us for a clean.
And it was a specific period of time.
It was a specific day.
And a specific period of time.
I'm not quite understanding your question.
Specific period of time, X number of hours.
Probably, yeah. I'm not really for sure if it was a certain amount of hours. It was just until the job was complete.
Okay. It wasn't for a period of X number of hours and you had to be there for X number.
Yeah, it definitely could have been because the way the platform is set up, we have a certain amount of time to be at the residence. So it could have been a X amount of hours. Yeah.
And when you were booked, were you told how many rooms you had to do?
I'm not for sure. Everything was in text message, so I don't recall.
You don't remember any of this?
I don't remember how many rooms, if she specified the number of rooms, no.
And you don't have any of that documentation?
I turned it all over to the police when we were contacted back then. I've had several phones, so I don't still have those text messages.
So, when you arrived, you said she was outside. In the front, I'm assuming?
When we arrived, let me just make sure. I believe she was out. She was out in the front, but I don't really recall if she answered the door or if she was already out power washing her house. I don't really recall, but I believe she was outside when we got there.
And she told you what room she wanted you to clean.
She did.
And she wanted you to clean some rooms downstairs.
The main floor, yes.
And you cleaned those rooms, correct?
Mm-hmm. Yes.
And I believe you told the police that those rooms were extremely dirty.
I believe I told them they were really dusty, not necessarily dirty, because her home wasn't really dirty. It was just kind of dusty, you know, cat hair and things of that nature.
And there was actually feces downstairs.
Right.
And you would not pick up the feces.
I did not. My husband did.
He did pick up.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. And was that just downstairs or was that upstairs as well?
Like I said, I didn't touch the feces, but my husband did, and I'm pretty sure it was. I'm pretty sure it was both levels, but I'm not 100%. I know for a fact it was downstairs when I asked him to come and get it.
But you're pretty sure there was feces on both levels?
On what?
On both levels.
I'm pretty sure. Pretty sure.
And then you went upstairs and you did rooms upstairs.
Right. And downstairs.
Did you do Miss Thomason's bedroom?
She didn't want her bedroom clean. My husband did vacuum as I was asking her which room she wanted to omit. He started vacuuming in her room, but we didn't go any further than just vacuuming the right, like in front of her bed area is when I came back to tell him she didn't want it done.
You know whether there was feces there or not?
No, I couldn't tell you.
And there were how many other rooms you did?
I believe it was 3 bedrooms and a sitting room upstairs. And of course, you know, the common areas downstairs. I can't recall a bedroom on the main level. But of course, the common areas and the bathrooms.
And when you did those bedrooms upstairs again, did you see feces?
I don't recall seeing feces in the 3 bedrooms that I was cleaning for her grandkids, no.
Just in the main bedroom?
Just in the downstairs is basically what I recall.
Do you recall stuff being piled on tables and things of that nature?
No, I don't recall there being things like, the only thing I can recall was like a big, maybe garbage can of wine bottles, but things being stacked around, I don't recall that, no.
You told the police that your impression was that Miss Thomason was depressed.
She was sad, yes. That was my impression just from our conversation.
And that there was evidence of her being, let's say, drinking substantially.
Well, I mean, my opinion, wine wouldn't be whiskey maybe, but it was wine bottles. So, I mean, you know, what woman doesn't have a glass of wine?
I'm going to show you what's been marked already and admitted as States 16. Do you recognize?
I can't say that I do.
Do you know whether the house was in that condition when you left?
Meaning this vent on the floor?
Yeah.
No, it wasn't.
Wasn't. And I'm going to show you 13. and 40.
And your question?
Yeah, do you recognize what's depicted in those photographs?
This particular picture with the pool table, I don't recall going in this room. So this must have been one of the rooms that the doors was shut.
You didn't go into
I don't
that.
recall a pool table.
So you don't know whether the couch was in that condition or not?
I don't recall a pool table, but I can tell you none of her furniture was flipped over when we got there. The only thing that was that was out of place was a door I believe she just had delivered. And she asked my husband to take it upstairs, but nothing looked like this. I mean, it wasn't in
door?
such a disarray.
A door that had been delivered?
It looked like it had been delivered. Yeah, I mean, it was just sitting up against the wall, big, really heavy door, and she asked him to take it upstairs.
What kind of a door?
I believe a front door, or maybe a back door.
Made of?
Sorry?
Made of?
Wood, I would assume.
Color?
I believe it was white or like a cream, but it was a large door.
Do you know where it was left?
He took it up near her bedroom, but I don't think he took it in her bedroom. I'm not for sure. All I know is, she said it was really heavy and her husband didn't have a chance to take it up and she wanted him to take it up for her.
Her husband didn't have a chance to take it up?
I don't remember the specifics about her husband, but she did mention that he didn't take it up for her.
And the other photograph, states 13.
Mm-hmm.
Do you recognize what's depicted in that photograph?
I can tell you nothing looked like this while we were there. It wasn't anything scattered on the floor or, her house was not dirty. It was just messy, from the cat hair and the lint and dust, but it wasn't in disarray. You could tell she kept her house, really neat, but it didn't look like this.
You left the house. What time?
I couldn't tell you. I know it was getting dark. We left the house, went to go get something to drink, and we came back to the house and parked outside to wait to clock out.
Why?
That would have been for the Hooks platform. There's a certain amount of time that you have to be there in order to be paid the full amount. So we were finished with the job, but we came back to clock out to get paid what we were supposed to get paid.
Did you happen to look at the back doors of the house?
We walked around to the back of the house, but I didn't look at the doors. We only looked at the garage.
May I have one moment, Your Honor?
Yeah. No.
Do you have any idea how far in advance the service was booked?
No idea.
I have nothing further, thank you.
Any redirect?
No, Your Honor.
Ms. Bryant, be excused.
Objection.
Thank you, ma'am. You can step down. Sammy, call us next witness.
State calls Timothy Bryant.
Please state and spell your name for the court.
My name is Timothy James Bryant. TimothyJamesBryant.
Okay. Mr. Bryant, good afternoon. Can you tell the court who Moesha Bryant is?
She's my wife.
All right. And what do you do for a living?
We clean houses and commercial residentials.
How long have you done that?
8 years.
At any point, did you go to clean the residence of Kay Thomason at 1095 Old Woodbine Road?
Yes.
And was that, did you go to perform that function with your wife?
Yes.
All right. Did you have an opportunity to meet Ms. Thomason in and around that date?
Yes, I spoke to her a little bit.
All right. And what did you do when you went to the residence of Ms. Thomason?
Basically gave her a standard clean, just clean the house.
Okay.
It wasn't a deep clean where we touch everything. It's just basically just straightening everything, vacuuming, dusting, mopping, and cleaning the kitchen and the bathrooms.
Okay. Did you have an opportunity to observe the bottom and bottom level, first level, as well as the second level of the residence?
The only part I remember is just walking in. She had a door at the bottom. It was a front door. She wanted me to take it upstairs. I'm trying to think. Because I don't remember if it was on okay, yeah, I do remember the bottom floor. I do remember the bottom floor, yes.
Did you see any evidence of any pets or animals while you were at the residence?
There was a lot of hairballs and dust. So I figured it was a cat because I didn't hear a dog running around anywhere.
Okay. Did you see any other evidence of, say, a pet or an animal like cat feces or excrement?
I don't recall.
Okay. All right. All right. And did you recall, how long you spent at the residence cleaning it?
Estimated probably maybe 2.5, 3 hours.
Okay. And when you were at the residence in the rooms that you observed, did you see, how would you describe the state of Ms. Thomason's residence when you left it?
When I left it?
Yes.
Oh, it was clean.
Okay. Did you see any mirrors that appeared to be shattered and left glass in open areas of the residence?
No, sir.
Did any computers or TVs appear to be knocked on the floor?
No, sir.
Did you see any evidence of what appeared to be like rummaging through drawers or anything of that nature?
No, sir.
All right. Did you at any point step foot inside of Ms. Thomason's master bedroom?
Yes.
And did you make any action to clean Ms. Thomason's master bedroom while you were inside of
If
it?
I remember, I think the only thing I did was vacuumed it.
Okay.
That's about it.
Did she have a rug in her residence in the master bedroom that you recall?
She could, I don't recall.
Okay. But you recall vacuuming in the
Yeah,
master
I
bedroom?
remember vacuuming.
When you left the master bedroom, would you have considered it to be clean to your standards?
Yes.
All right. Do you recall seeing any evidence of, say, feces, excrement on Ms. Thomason's bed when you left it?
I don't think I really looked at her bed. I just went in to, just vacuum and,
Okay. What about on Ms. Thomason's floor when
No.
you
No.
were in the residence?
Yeah.
Okay. I'm going to show you. Said I was going to show you. I'm going to show you what's been marked previously as State's Exhibit 13. Can you tell us whether or not you observed TVs or monitors or anything thrown on the floor like was depicted in State's Exhibit 13?
No, we would have picked it up and kind of straightened it up, at least set it back up if we had to, something like that.
Okay. Showing you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 64. Do you recall if you observed anything like this was depicted on State Exhibit 64 while you were in the residence?
I don't recall seeing that.
Okay. Does it look to you, looking at that, as though someone appears to have gone through those drawers?
That's what it looks like.
I'm going to object speculation.
Do you want to lay the foundation, Mr.?
I'll move on, Judge. I'm showing you State's Exhibit 66. Do you recall seeing that?
No, sir, I don't recall.
Okay. Is that something you would have noticed if you were in that residence on that date?
It's hard to say. When we clean, we basically focus on what we're cleaning. We don't really look around. Unless we have to, if there's an area to clean.
Showing you Exhibit 68, you can't say whether or not you would have noticed that if you were in the room.
I probably would have noticed that.
Okay. You recall seeing anything like that?
No, sir.
All right. Exhibit 69. What about that? Do you think you would recall seeing something like that if you were in that room?
I probably would have, just because we were cleaning and it's so out of place.
Okay.
So,
Is
yeah.
your testimony that you did not leave that room in that condition?
No, sir.
And when you left the master bedroom of Ms. Thomason, can you tell the jury if you saw any excrement or feces on the floor of Ms. Thomason when you finished vacuuming it?
I don't think so.
You
I would have
don't
noticed
recall
it.
seeing it?
Yeah, I would have noticed it back.
Okay. That's all I have on this witness, Judge.
Any cross-examination?
Thank you, Your Honor. Do you remember when you cleaned Miss Thomason's house?
The day,
Yeah.
it was in the summertime. I can't remember the exact day, no.
Do you remember the year?
The year?
Yeah.
It was when me and my wife had first started our cleaning business, so maybe a month or two into starting our cleaning business. So we've been in business for 8 years. As of probably right now, it's been 8 years.
Okay. And do you remember how the booking was done?
We worked through Hux, so they pretty much booked it for us and sent us out. And we had a GPS on our phone, so we clocked in and out through our GPS.
And were you given explicit instructions on what rooms to clean?
I don't recall. I just remember going in and cleaning the house. I don't recall.
Do you remember talking to Miss Thomason?
She talked to my wife more than she talked to me, so she gave her the instructions more than she gave me.
Okay. She did give you instructions to move a door upstairs.
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
And where did you take that to?
Excuse me?
Where did you take that to?
I took it up the stairs, and it was a hallway right there. I just laid it right, like over away from where she could get past the stairway going up, and it was to the left. And it was sitting right there on the wall. That's where she wanted me to sit.
Against the wall?
Against the wall.
Okay. And what was the condition of the house?
It was in pretty good condition. Like I said, she kept it clean. It was just dusty and a lot of fur balls all over the place. But other than that, it was pretty clear.
You remember cleaning up any feces?
No, ma'am.
You don't?
None.
And you did go into her master bedroom, but you didn't notice her bed or what was on it.
No, ma'am, I just vacuumed.
And you were asked about let me ask you this. The state asked you about photo exhibit 13. And then I'm going to show you a couple of those.
Okay.
Do you recognize exhibit 13?
No, ma'am.
Do you know what room that's in?
No, ma'am.
Do you know whether you ever entered that room?
Ma'am, I've been doing this for 8 years, so I've done so many houses. I don't have a photographic memory on every house.
So you don't even know whether you entered that room?
I could have not. I don't remember.
Correct. Okay. States 14, the room, what's depicted in that photograph?
It looks like a room with a sofa turned over,
And a
pool table.
Do you recognize what that room?
No, ma'am, I don't recall this room at all.
Do you know whether you were ever in that room?
No, ma'am, I don't recall.
Okay. Photo 16.
I don't know, ma'am. I'm looking at a floor and a door, so I don't know.
You don't remember that at all?
I mean, from the view I'm looking at, I couldn't tell what room this was.
And you don't know whether you were in that room at all?
No, ma'am. I can't even tell, like, where this is at in the house, simply from the angle of where it's at.
And then the last one, I think it was 43.
Talking about 48.
48. Do you know what room that was in?
No, ma'am. I don't
Did you
remember.
ever see that room?
I just don't remember. Like I said, we've done so many homes. We've done hundreds of homes. I don't know.
I
Wow.
understand. What did you do after you left the house?
Excuse me?
What did you do after you left the house?
We left, we went to, because the company we went through, you have to be there at a certain amount of time. So we got done early. Me and my wife wanted to smoke, but it wasn't time to clock out. So we went to a gas station, got a lighter, came back, and smoked a cigar in the street until it was time for us to clock out.
And where did you smoke that cigar in the street?
We sat in our car and smoked until it was time.
Outside?
Our time was up.
Outside the house?
Outside the house. We weren't even in the driveway. We were on the street.
And may I have one moment, Your Honor? Do you have any idea when the service was booked? Do you have any idea when the service was booked?
I still don't understand what.
Do you have any idea when the service was booked?
I don't know. I mean, I'm pretty sure Hux probably has records of it, so.
Oh, you also went to the garage.
Mhm.
Why?
She said that we had did a good job for her house. She said that she needed her garage cleaned out. She had set it up to where we were gonna come back in August to clean her garage up.
Okay. And did you go through the back in order to get to her garage?
We went, I believe it was a driveway, and then her garage was like right there. Her house was in front. So basically, we just were on the driveway part, right in front of her garage.
So you went through the front door?
No, we didn't go through the house to get to the garage. We went on the outside. So we stayed in the driveway to get to the garage.
But did you enter the house through the front door or the back door?
Through the front door.
Did you ever look at the back doors of the house?
No, ma'am, never.
I have nothing further, thank you.
Can you redirect?
No redirect, Judge.
All right, can this witness be excused? Thank you, Mr. Bryan. You can step down. All right, members of the jury, we've reached a point where we can take a lunch. So before I excuse you, I'll ask you and remind you to please don't discuss this case with anyone, including amongst yourselves, not to do any research about this case. The time is now just before 12:30, so if we could be back here in the back ready to go at 1:30, we'll take it up from there. Unless there's anything else to address, I'll see you back at 1:30. Thank you all.
It was good, Judge.
Thank you, Deputy Scott. Anything to take up on behalf of the state before we recess for lunch?
Got it.
Anything from the defense? All right, we'll be in recess until 1:30 and take it from there. All right, and Mr. Simonov, I understand apparently Ms. Potter is already on Zoom. For Mr. Lewis, if we want to take that up, we could. Do you need a moment to talk with him?
I'm sure he's up in the holding cells. I'll check in with him real quick, but
Okay.
you're ready. I left the on the side.
Yeah, where is the drives? Oh, I've got them in their respective programs.
Yeah.
Okay, so we won't get.
Have you got? Do you need the Lewis case number again?
Our video.
Right.
Got 8. So take. So. Basically just. You got. Okay.
Seidel or something, Brett Seidel.
All right, well, I'm ready to. Don't tell. Title these videos. I think we're in good shape.
I think Mr. Lewis is coming out, and then we'll do that. Play him. It'll be good.
That's my questions. Right.
I take it and flee. Get out of jail.
Mr. Derberry, if you're with us, can we add Ms. Potter to the screen in here on Zoom?
Good afternoon, everybody.
All right, good afternoon, Ms. Potter.
Hey, Scott, does that thermostat work? Does that thermostat back there work? It's hot in here.
Right.
I'm hot.
It's
all the people.
Thing is on, I can feel it, yeah, certainly, but it's still doing something kind of different.
Yeah.
Cause you know, we used to like. This.
Oh, yeah.
Then I can feel
I'll
it.
get there.
I'm not hot.
Oh, it's better when there's not as many people.
I can feel it.
I'm
Every moment
sweating.
it's like I can heat, I know that's off.
All the interns are here with us this week.
I don't think it's on.
It's all the interns that are.
About half of them are all Schwal.
Okay.
I think 3 or 4 are McBurney. He has quite a class.
Are they law students? I didn't look like that.
It's a mix. He takes a mix. He takes a mix.
what?
He does. I think he might have gotten 1 or 2 high schoolers even before, but
High schools.
maybe. But I think for the most part, it's like a mix of college and law. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. I think it was 28 or 29 this summer.
I just want to process.
And you apply? Trying to get out of here?
But he's a starter.
It's on, it's just.
Hmm.
It's doing a little different.
It's fine when there's not that many people,
Yeah.
but when there's
Yeah.
just sitting there taking my glasses off.
I keep my jacket on. I'm trying to cover it. It gets so cold, man. I have to have my jacket.
I mean, ask. She's the listener.
It's never normal. It's either just freezing or it's warm.
I can just hear Judge when there's this silence.
Yeah, yeah. No, I remember. It's freezing in the winter.
I'm usually over here pounding away.
I heard it this morning. I type so well.
Even on the opposite end, Judge Cornercell,
Mhm.
say, this opposite of this program,
Mm-hmm.
it'd be freezing in there.
Yeah. No, I remember it was really cold in on the 8th floor at the end of the building.
And then you got those programs like 4A and 4C, it freezes in there.
Yeah.
Until most of the photos are having a jury trial. The one next door, they're having a jury trial. I think he's a murder trial.
What's the address that this incident happened?
Woodbine.
Oh, Woodbine.
I think it's 1095 or something like that. Yeah. It's the same. It's Woodbine.
Okay, Woodbine.
Is it Delaware Turner County?
Hmm?
Is it Delaware Turner County?
No, it's gone.
Cause they have him, that's not an inmate now. Is that a Logan?
He told me he hadn't been reported yet. So
Okay,
they were trying to figure out what they were doing over there.
okay.
So as far as I know, from him, he's supposed to.
Cause he was showing booked in.
Yeah.
But now he's showing not an inmate there.
Well, if he's not physically present there, they might not keep him on the roll, but I don't know if they're gonna put a hold on him once we're done. Or not.
Well, it's a hold to return, but I just want to make sure, cause
Yeah.
it's not showing. that
He
he's here.
says.
He's here, right? Can we bring him out?
Yeah, he's gonna bring them up.
Oh, he's bringing him up.
Yeah.
I got
He
you.
didn't want to leave them up here all day, but.
I got you.
I just wanna, cause I was gonna do a CPO for him to return.
I mean, if they've got to hold on for it.
No, I have to return.
Oh, yeah. Just looking at all the other people on the short list.
That was.
He is. Him and I guess that's the mother.
Yeah, we'll do it Monday. But yeah, call it in. Really informal.
Yeah.
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 Anything about the other ones? Check it, look at Thursday. I was.
Seems like recall.
Get that code, that's a serious.
They're scheduled for.
Machine there.
Consolidated after this case goes away, because I don't want them to lose their position.
I don't know how far.
Oh, you got that number 5.
Lewis?
No, these people. I use one.
Awesome.
I saw a man one day.
One in Cootie.
Thanks, sir.
I saw a man.
Oh, that's good. We can sign it. All right, ready, Mr. Smith? All right, let's go on the record now with 24SC006508, State versus Antonio Lewis. Mr. Lewis is present in court along with his counsel of record, Mr. Simonov. The state is joining us through Zoom remotely. And Ms. Potter, do we have permission to sign the indictment on your behalf?
Yes, Your Honor.
Any objections, Mr. Simonov, to having this mixed virtual proceeding?
No, Your Honor.
All right, I understand the parties have reached a negotiated resolution. So Ms. Potter, if you could swear in Mr. Lewis.
Thank you, Judge. Mr. Lewis, I can't see you, but hopefully you can see me. I'm going to have a series of questions to ask you. It might take about 5 minutes, and I just need a verbal response from you, especially because I can't see you. Okay.
All right, we'll pause just for a second. We can add the podium monitor and should be able to cure that.
Well, and I can see the defendant and prosecutor table.
Oh, okay. Well, now that you can, then
But
I think we can.
It just shows an empty chair, though.
Oh, at the table. Why don't you have y'all take a seat then, and we'll go from there.
Here we go.
All right. It appears that everyone is now visible, so please proceed.
Thank you, Judge. Can you please raise your right hand, Mr. Lewis? At this time, do you swear or affirm that the testimony you shall give in the matter currently before the court shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Okay, thank you. You can lower your hand. Please state your true, correct, and legal name for the record.
Antonio Butler Lewis.
And at this time, are you taking under the influence of any alcohol, drugs, or medication?
No, ma'am.
Is there any medication that you normally take that you haven't taken today?
No, ma'am.
How old are you?
43.
And how far have you gone in school?
I graduated some college.
Okay. So are you able to read, write, and understand the English language?
Yes, ma'am.
Do you understand an indictment 24SC006508? You are charged with 3 offenses. Count 1 is aggravated assault, count 2 is simple battery, and count 3 is criminal trespass and damage to property. Do you understand that those are those charges in the indictment?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, aggravated assault, count 1 is a felony. It carries a sentence of 1 to 20 years. Count 2 and count 3 are both misdemeanors, and they carry a sentence of 1 day up to 12 months in custody. Do you understand the sentence ranges?
Yes, ma'am.
Do you understand that you have the right to either plead guilty or not guilty to these charges? And if you plead not guilty or remain silent, you will receive a jury trial?
Yes, ma'am.
Have you had enough time to speak with your attorney about all the facts and circumstances known to you regarding this case?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, have you guys gone over any and all potential defenses?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, do you need any more time to discuss the case with him?
No, ma'am.
Okay, and
We're
are you
good.
satisfied? Sorry, go ahead.
I said, no, ma'am, we're good.
Okay, and are you satisfied with his services?
Yes, ma'am.
And counsel, do you waive formal reading of the indictment, and any and all defects?
We do so way for the purpose of this plea.
And Mr. Lewis, this is, what we call a negotiated plea. And the state is going to make a recommendation to the court, for count one, of a sentence of 3 years to serve 1 year with the balance on probation. And count two, 12 months to serve, and count three, 12 months to serve, and they will all run concurrent, which means at the same time. So the global offer is 3 to serve 1 with the balance on probation. Is that your understanding?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, do you understand that plea deal?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
Any special conditions, Ms. Bonner?
Just no contact with the victim, any of the named victims in the indictment. There's 3 victims. Do you understand that this plea may be used to enhance sentencing on other convictions in this jurisdiction as well as other jurisdictions, including federal courts?
Yes, ma'am.
Do you understand that if you're placed on probation of any kind, you cannot violate any criminal laws of any governmental unit without being subject to revocation for the balance of the sentence?
Yes, ma'am.
Are you a United States citizen?
Yes, ma'am.
Do you understand that you waive any and all defenses, including any mental health defenses, by entering this guilty plea?
Ma'am, could you repeat that?
Do you understand that you waive any and all defenses, including any mental health defenses, by entering
Yes.
this guilty plea?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Do you understand also that by pleading guilty, you're giving up certain rights, and those are called your Boykin rights, and I'll list those out for you. That's the right to trial by jury, the right to remain silent, not incriminate yourself, the right to confront witnesses against you, the right to assistance of counsel hired by you or court-appointed counsel if you cannot afford an attorney at a trial of your case, the right to the presumption of innocence, the right to testify on your own behalf and to present other evidence, the right to subpoena witnesses and compel the production of evidence, the right to have the charges against you proved beyond a reasonable doubt, and the right to appeal if convicted of these charges after a trial. So essentially, by entering this guilty plea today, you are waiving or you're giving up all of those rights. Do you understand that?
Yes, ma'am.
Has anyone forced, threatened, or promised you anything to get you to enter this guilty plea?
No, ma'am.
And is it your decision to enter a guilty plea because you are in fact guilty?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, so in indictment 24SC 006-508, how do you plead to 1 count of aggravated assault, 1 count of simple battery, and 1 count of criminal trespass and damage to property?
Yes, ma'am.
And is this guilty plea freely and voluntarily given with full knowledge of the charges against you?
Yes, ma'am.
And I'm sure Mr. Samanoff went off over these time limits, but I must also advise you that you have 30 days from today to file appeal to contest this guilty plea conviction. And you have 4 years from today for the felony in count 1, and 12 months from today for the misdemeanors counts 2 and 3 to file what's called a habeas corpus petition. And that challenges the voluntariness of this guilty plea. Do you understand those time limits, Mr. Lewis?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, all right, that's all I need from you, Mr. Lewis. Thank you. Judge, if this case were to go to trial, the state would show that on August 19th, 2024, at 2176 Vesta Avenue, Vesta Avenue, Mr. Lewis was in his car waiting in the parking lot. This would be outside of Crystal Washington's apartment complex. That's Crystal with a C. The defendant's ex-girlfriend, Samantha Harris, was living there with Miss Washington, along with Miss Harris's son, Justice. And from my understanding, Mr. Lewis and Miss Harris had a on and off somewhat tumultuous relationship. They were in an off period at the time. and Mr. Lewis was on the property, waiting to, essentially start an altercation with her. When she exited an apartment, he approached. She ran back into her apartment, at which time Mr. Lewis banged in the door, had a 2x4 piece of wood, swung it at her as well as her younger son, Justice Harris. Police were called. From my understanding, there was no injuries, serious injuries, but there was damage to the sort of frame of the apartment door. They do not have contact currently, from my understanding, and that we just asked that no contact with any of the named victims. That would be Samantha Harris, Justice Harris, or Crystal Washington, and for Mr. Lewis to not go back to the incident location or any location where Ms. Harris may be living in the future, with a global offer of 3 to serve 1, balance on probation. That's all from the state.
All right, thank you, Ms. Potter. Ms. Akuzu, I believe, is with us. Any probation issues to take up here in Fulton County?
No, Your Honor.
Thank you, ma'am. Mr. Simonoff.
Yes, Judge. There's one little fact on the factual basis. I don't think that there was ever an aggravated assault towards the child victim. The allegation is, I think, that the child was pulled aside by Mr. Lewis, which resulted in the simple battery charge. So I think that the 2x4, the piece of wood that's alleged is towards the child's mother. So there was no aggravated assault towards the child, and that was never charged. Mr. Lewis has been in custody, Judge, continuously since September 24th, 2024. We're asking for credit for time served for all of that time towards Mr. Lewis's sentence. Mr. Lewis still has a hold from Turner County. He's been, since getting released from Fulton in February of this year, on this case, he was transferred to Turner County for a probation issue. We brought him back to resolve this case, and he's going back to finish resolving his probation issue. So he does have still a couple of months to serve, maybe 3 months to serve, but more than likely that will be eaten up in Turner County, Judge. So we're asking for that credit, and otherwise we ask that the court accept the sentence as tendered.
All right, thank you, Mr. Simonoff. So, Mr. Lewis, I just need to confirm you understand the nature of these charges you're earning a plea to today?
Yes, sir.
Still wish to waive all the rights that we went over and go forward?
Yes, sir.
And with the caveat mentioned by your counsel, that's because you committed these offenses?
Yes, sir.
And Mr. Simonoff, are you satisfied your client is competent that this plea is knowing and voluntary and that there is a sufficient factual basis?
Yes, Your Honor.
And Mr. Simonoff, is Mr. Lewis eligible for first offender treatment at all?
No, Judge.
All right. So I agree, and I find that Mr. Lewis has entered this plea knowingly, voluntarily, and intelligently, and that there is a sufficient factual basis to support it. So I'll accept the plea. And Mr. Lewis, I'll sentence you as recommended by the parties here, which is that on count 1, the sentence would be 3 years to serve 1 year with the balance on probation. You'd receive full credit for all the time you've already served, both here in Fulton County and elsewhere since the date of your arrest. Counts 2 and 3 will be 12 months to serve to run concurrent to count 1. Special condition here, the sole special condition is that you have no contact with any of the listed victims in this indictment. And then I'll add that for while on probation, if there are any technical violations like failure to report, those will be handled directly by your probation officer rather than waiting on a court hearing under the sentencing option system or the sanctions cap of PDC or RSAT. And so, Ms. Potter, is there anything else that needs to be put on the record here for this case?
No, Judge, just to stay away from Ms. Washington's residence.
All right, so do not return to her residence as well, to make that explicit. And Mr. Lewis, do you have any questions about anything we've covered here today?
No, sir.
Mr. Kuzio, is there anything you need to advise Mr. Lewis of?
Yes, Your Honor. He just needs to report to the Atlanta DCS office within 48 hours upon release. That is located at 276 Memorial Drive, Southwest Atlanta, Georgia. However, if he does receive different instructions from Turner County, he is to follow those.
Okay, so I know, you're not sure of exactly when you're going to get out, Mr. Lewis, but when you do, it's important that you stay in touch with probation and you get started correctly, okay?
Yes, sir.
All right, then if there's nothing else, we'll be off the record. Good luck to you, sir.
Thank you, Judge.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Judge. May I be excused?
Take care, Ms. Potter.
Yeah, thank you.
I think we'll
Appreciate
see
your
you
time.
Monday, I believe.
Yes, sir.
All right.
Good
Until
weekend.
then.
I'm coming back, Judge.
It was 1:30.
1:30.
All right, before we go back on the record, does either party anticipate needing to bring up anything before we bring in the jury? Nothing from the defense, anything from the state? Anticipate bringing up anything before we go back on the record, bringing the jury? Then I would say feel free to bring in your next witness as well, just to have them on the stand.
Can we go get?
So when I get to him, I'll run out there, so I'll tell him to show up.
You can leave anything you need to, I think, behind the table if it's in your way. But otherwise, feel free just to come up here and have a seat. Jury should be with us shortly.
Do one of these.
We're ready. All right, let's go back on the record. And all the parties are present. Jury is about to come back in. We'll resume. Thank you, Deputy Scott. Please be seated, everyone. Welcome back, members of the jury. State may call us next witness.
Your Honor, state calls Investigator Brett Steidel.
You swear upon to the testimony of the truth and nothing but the truth to help you.
I do.
Speaking into the mic, would you please state your name, spell your name for the court?
Detective Brett Steidel with the MARTA Police Department. That's Brett, B-R-E-T-T, Steidel, S-T-E-I-D-L-E.
Can you tell the court where you're currently employed?
I'm currently employed with the MARTA Police Department in the Criminal Investigations Unit.
What do you do with that unit?
I'm a detective.
Okay. If you could describe your duties.
I investigate crimes going from property damage all the way to homicide.
How long have you worked in that capacity at MARTA?
I've worked at MARTA, it'd be 11 years in this September, but with the Criminal Investigations Unit as a detective, it'd be a year and a half now.
Okay. And in particular, are you familiar with the video surveillance system at MARTA?
Yes, I use the video surveillance CCTV of the trains, buses, and stations on a daily basis at MARTA.
Can you describe what type of surveillance video MARTA has at its facilities?
We have closed caption surveillance surrounding the stations on the outsides and the parking lots, within the station, platforms, concourse. Then we also have surveillance located within the trains, multiple angles. Then we have surveillance also within all the buses. The trains and buses have audio recording, while the stations is just footage of the surrounding area with no audio. So it'd just be footage.
And where is the data from the video, where is that stored at within MARTA?
The CCTV's stored within MARTA, and it's the station cameras are varied the amount of storage days. It goes up typically to 30 days for the cameras within the stations, and then the buses and trains vary depending if it's powered on or off. It can vary within the days how long that data is maintained.
Okay. And you testified that you work with the video surveillance system at MARTA on a daily basis?
Yes, sir.
Can you tell the jury whether the video surveillance system has anything on the contents that would give someone an idea, say what date and time? Is something like that within the surveillance video system itself?
Yes, the data system is always maintained with the log of the hour. It goes the hour, minutes, and seconds. And then it's also logged as the date and time, as the month, date, and year for each incident that we record.
Okay. At any point during the course of this investigation, did you get an opportunity to view video from, I guess, on or around the June of 2018?
Yes, I was able to view the footage.
Okay. I'm going to hand you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 507. Report. If you recognize that State's Exhibit?
Yes, this is the exhibit I reviewed on this hard drive containing the footage of MARTA within the stations and also the train that I was shown. I was verified that all the footage shown is direct cameras from MARTA that we view on a daily basis.
Okay. And in particular, was that from that date, June 27, 2018, if you recall that?
That's correct. That was the date that's shown on the CCTV.
All right. Is that, and you just testified, is that date actually in times associated with that date? Are they reflected on that video itself?
Yes, the train, it should be at the bottom of it when you view the CCTV when it's shown, that it'll show the date and time as well. And then the station cameras, it'll show it as well.
Okay. And could you tell whether or not on State's Exhibit 507, were there several video cameras on that exhibit?
Yes.
Okay. And did you have an opportunity to view each of the files associated with those different cameras?
Yes.
And can you say that, are you able to tell the court whether or not the cameras that you viewed on State's Exhibit 507 were operating, performing as they should have on that date?
That's correct. They're all operational.
Okay. And could you tell whether or not the system itself was working properly?
It was working.
Okay. And are you able to testify that that is reflected on State's Exhibit 507, that the system was working properly on that date?
That's correct.
Your Honor, at this time, the state moved to tender in evidence State's Exhibit 507.
Objection.
Submitted.
Okay. Nothing further, this witness, Judge.
Any cross?
So let me see if I understand properly, Mr. Seidel or Investigator Seidel. The information is stored for approximately 30 days.
Yes, the station cameras are stored for about 30 days, while the trains and buses, those vary because they power on and off. So say a bus was taken out of service, it can be powered off at the garage. And so therefore the storage might be longer because it's not constantly recording like the station. See, the station records constantly 24 hours, so it's going. But where trains and buses, they can be taken out of service, powered down, which would make the footage either last longer or shorter, depending on how long it's maintained in service.
And when were you asked to look for this video footage?
This footage was maintained and downloaded by a previous detective, Detective Frazier, that was employed with MARTA at the time.
When was Detective Frazier asked to look for it?
I was not with the Criminal Investigations Unit when Detective Frazier downloaded this footage. I was just a patrol officer at that time.
So we have no idea when the footage was downloaded?
Well, the footage was downloaded within the days that it was still maintained within our system, because if the footage wouldn't exist if it wasn't downloaded before it got overwritten. So the footage is there showing what it needs to show.
So the footage was downloaded by Detective Frazier. Where's Detective Frazier now?
I don't know where Detective Frazier is. I just know he's not currently employed with MARTA.
You say it was downloaded within that 30-day period.
Yes, that was correct. It's downloaded and it was maintained and given over to the detectives for the chain of custody of the footage.
Within that 30-day period.
That's correct. The footage was probably most likely, I can't speak on what Detective Frazier did, but it was probably most likely downloaded and maintained that day he was requested it by the other jurisdiction.
I have nothing further.
Any redirect?
No redirect, Judge.
And this witness be excused?
No objection.
Take care, sir.
Thank you, sir. Have a good
Any
day.
calls? Next witness.
Okay.
Yes, Your Honor, state would call Detective Voronkov.
Testimony is the truth. Okay, I do. You may be seated. State, spell your name, report.
Detective Sergey Voronkov, that's Sergey Voronkov, Voronkov, Sandy Springs, please.
That was my first question. Where do you work, sir? Sandy Springs?
Yes,
And how are you employed there? Or what do you do there?
I am a detective. I work financial crimes.
And how long have you worked there for?
I've been there since October of 2008.
And what have your duties always been the same or have they changed?
No, I was a patrol officer prior to being a detective
And how long were you a patrol officer?
until 2019.
And what were your duties as a patrol officer?
Respond to 911 calls, traffic law, and criminal law enforcement.
You know, are you post-certified?
I am.
And were you post-certified in 2018?
Yes, I was.
Do you recall on July 27, 2018, were you?
Your Honor, I'm going to object to leading.
All right. I'll rule that objection for him to set the scene. You can continue, Mr. Wilson.
Thank you. Drawing your attention to that day, were you on duty on that day?
Yes, I was.
And what did you do? Or excuse me, what if anything unusual happened that day?
I responded to a 911 call of a trouble unknown at 1095 Old Woodbine Road in Sandy Springs, Fulton County.
Do you recall about where you were when you got that call?
I do not know.
And do you recall how long it took you to get to that?
Maybe 5 minutes or so.
When you got to that location, what did you see?
I arrived a few minutes after then Patrol Officer Hashby, and I saw several people standing in front of the house.
Where did you go?
1095 Old Woodbine Road.
Where did you go in the house?
I did not enter the house. I removed the people from in front of the house to outside the curtilage, just outside the driveway.
And when you got there, what did you need to do?
I secured the crime scene and removed those people and took custody of a crime scene log from Officer Hashby.
What is a crime scene log?
Crime scene log is a paper that documents everyone who enters and leaves the crime scene, name, badge number, date and time they left, and the reason for be there.
Why is that important?
To maintain the integrity of the crime scene, to document everyone who comes and goes.
And where were you stationed?
Just outside the driveway.
And who all You said you were the second person there. Who all came next?
There were multiple officers and eventually detectives that responded.
Do you recall who the first detective was that was on the scene?
I believe it was Sean Sutton.
And did you observe what Detective Sutton did?
I don't remember. I believe he took my crime scene log.
He took your crime scene
I
log?
believe so was him, either him or one of his detectives.
How long were you on the scene, kind of in charge of the crime scene log?
Maybe 30 minutes.
And then what did you do after that?
I transported some of the family. There were 2 adult women, a man, and 3 children. I transported some of them to Sandy Springs Police Headquarters to be interviewed.
Did you ever go inside of the house?
No, I did not.
And what else did you do in regards to this case?
After I returned to the scene, after I transported some of the people from the house, I was instructed to conduct a canvass in the neighborhood by Sergeant Mizuraka.
And so how many do you recall where you went?
I checked several houses on Old Woodbine Road and adjacent road. I want to say High Grove. Some people didn't answer the door, and I spoke with a couple of people, including one Christopher Sams.
Did you, when you're looking for on a canvas, what are you doing that for?
You're knocking on doors. You're trying to speak with neighbors if they saw anything suspicious or anything out of the ordinary or anything irrelevant to the crime you're investigating.
Were you able to find anything relevant?
Christopher Sams said that he last saw the.
Going to object to hearsay.
That'd be sustained unless you want to have an exception or something else you want to.
No, Your Honor, I don't know. Just not what people told you. Did you found somebody? You know, I'm gonna withdraw that question, Judge. After you did all the after you did the canvassing, how long did that take?
Maybe 45 to an hour.
Then where'd you go after that?
I left a call.
May I just have a moment, Your Honor? Nothing further.
Any cross-examination?
None. Thank you, Your Honor.
All right, can this witness be excused on behalf of the state?
Thanks, sir.
He said yes. Now you're good to go. Take care. All right, state may call its next witness.
Call Detective Sean Sutton.
You swear according to the testimony is the truth, and nothing but the truth to help you.
I do.
Great, you see? Please swear you move forward.
Sean Sutton, Sandy Springs Police Department, first name Sean, last name Sutton.
Detective Sutton, how long have you been with Sandy Springs?
Since 2018, it's February of 2018. Well, let me back up. I started with Sandy Springs actually in 2013 as a part-time officer and then full-time in 2018.
How long have you been a law enforcement officer?
Approximately 39 years.
Can you please just go through briefly your experience as a law enforcement officer chronologically?
I started in law enforcement back in 1986 in the civilian portion of it, working like detention for a city police department out in California. As soon as I turned of age, they sent me to the police academy. So that was like in 88. Then from there, I was out there until 90, relocated here and went to the police academy here in 91. And that was with MARTA Police Department. After MARTA Police Department left there in, I think, 99, went to Fulton County Solicitor's Office as an investigator. I was there until 2018. I worked for Sandy Springs for approximately 4.5 years between 2013 and 2018 as a nighttime part-time officer. And then 2018, I worked full-time with Sandy Springs as a detective in CID.
And you're not in that, are you kind of in that position now?
Currently, I'm a background investigator in the background and recruiting division.
Were you post-certified ever since you came to Georgia?
Yes, sir.
And were you asked to assist in the case we're here for today?
Yes, sir. I was the nighttime detective at the time. We do monthly rotations at night. And at the time of this incident, I was the nighttime detective.
So if a call came in, you got it?
Correct.
That needed CID?
Correct.
What kind of calls need CID?
Most of the calls that required CID were crimes against person calls. So it would have been sexual assaults or, regular assault cases, homicide cases, death investigations, things of that nature. And there were some other calls that, crimes against property, maybe some detailed burglary cases or something like that, or robbery cases to that nature that would come in. We would go out on those too. If the patrol wanted us to come out, that's when we'd come out.
I'm going to draw your attention to the 27th of June of 2018. Did you get dispatched?
Yes, I did.
To where?
I have to look up, the address was 1095 Old Woodbine Road.
And that's in Sandy Springs, Fulton County,
Yes, it is,
Georgia?
sir.
What was your role there?
So when I arrived, the house had already been cleared and was in the process of being secured. Upon my arrival, I spoke to the officers that were on the scene. Officer Hashmi was the main person I spoke to because he was the one that actually went into the residence. Officer Hashmi described to me what he had inside the residence. And at that point, I determined that there was no reason for me to go in the residence and contaminate the crime scene. It was better just to secure the crime scene. And basically, I took what Officer Hashmi told me and I collected details of the residence for a search warrant for the residence.
Okay. And you were not the lead detective on this case?
I was not the lead detective, no, sir.
You were just the person on call who just showed,
Correct, sir.
who was required to show up?
Correct, sir.
Okay. Who was the lead detective on this?
Lead detective was Officer J.T. Williams.
And did he arrive that night?
Yes, he did. He met me at the police department, actually. And I supplied him with the information for the search warrant, and he completed the search warrant.
How long were you on scene initially?
Not very long, maybe 10 or 15 minutes, probably max, from the time I got there to the time I spoke to Officer Hashmi, collected what details I needed to collect, because they were already in the process of securing the crime scene, making sure that there was, with tape and a crime scene log and that nature.
Did you ever take control of the crime scene log that you remember?
Not that I recall, no, sir.
Okay.
It was still, people were still arriving, other officers to secure the perimeter and things like that. So people would have still needed to be signed the crime scene log.
Did you, after you got back to your department, what did you do next?
I supplied Detective Williams with the necessary information for the search warrant. Detective Williams secured the search warrant. Once he told me it was secured, I texted the crime scene investigator that was already on the scene, just waiting for permission to start his investigation. And I told him when the search warrant was signed, and then I took the search warrant actually down to the crime scene.
Okay. And when you got there, who was there? Do you recall?
I don't recall everybody was there. I can tell you that the crime scene investigator was there.
Do you recall who that was?
Detective Morgan. He was the crime scene investigator at the time. He was the one on scene.
Okay. And did you gave him or you left the search warrant in the house?
I provided him with the search warrant while he was conducting. They probably did not leave the search warrant until after the whole scene was completed, with the entire search, which was actually the next day. The search actually went into the next day.
Why did you Why did it take so long?
Just the scope of it, the size of it, the scope of it. They were doing what's called a Faro scan, which is a 3D rendering, which takes quite a bit of time. The photographing of the incident. So with all that in mind, we didn't know how long that was going to take. Crime scene was going to be out there quite a while before we actually started picking up evidence, collecting evidence. So we allowed crime scene to continue doing what they were doing. And once they left, the whole scene was secured by the Uniform Patrol Division until the next day when they finished the crime scene investigation.
When did you leave the crime? When did you leave the crime scene the second time after you delivered the search warrant?
It had been close to 2 a.m, somewhere in that neighborhood, between 1:30, 2 o'clock.
And you went back to the scene?
The next day.
What did you do? About what time did you arrive?
Mid-morning, I would say. I can't tell you exactly what time it was, but it was mid-morning, somewhere probably between 8 and 10 o'clock in the morning.
Who was there? Do you recall anybody that was there at the time?
Well, we met, the detectives got together and we met and came up with a game plan. So there was numerous detectives there because some went out on a canvas of the area, and some went inside and assisted with the processing of the crime scene.
And what did you do?
I went inside. I assisted with collecting DNA swabs and things to that nature, just looking for evidence that needed to be collected.
Did you, or are you trained on how to collect DNA swabs?
I'm not professionally trained, but I mean, I was trained through my training in CID.
Okay. And so you did collect swabs?
I think there was another individual, one of the other detectives was actually doing the swabs, handing it to me, and I would be putting them in the box. And I was wearing latex gloves when I did that, so I would just be putting the swabs inside the box. They were someone else actually swabbing the different areas and giving me to put in the box, and then I would notate on the box where the evidence came from.
So you just sealed the boxes
Correct.
and wrote where they came from?
Correct.
Okay.
We had somebody else like actually writing down the location on property sheets and things of that nature. I was actually, I believe, writing actually the information like on the boxes itself.
How long did that take you to do?
Well, the whole processing of the crime scene didn't end until late in the afternoon. At somewhere probably between 5 and 6, we were there collecting evidence.
Did you focus on an area of the house, or did you do the whole, or were you?
I was mainly in the downstairs area, if I can remember correctly, doing, assisting with the DNA collection downstairs.
Okay. After you finished with the crime scene, what was your next involvement in this case?
Well, the evidence was taken up to the Sandy Springs headquarters. I believe I assisted just getting the evidence out and securing the evidence into the CSI lab, the crime scene investigation lab, for processing.
And what did you do next?
Next was, I believe, the next day. Let's see, this was on the 27th. This is on the 29th. We're into the 28th now. So the next day, they were collecting evidence, like as far as or going through evidence as far as like the video footage and things of that nature. So my recollection is that they were looking for the victim's car. Okay. And I got notified sometime, I believe it was on the 29th, that the victim's car was located. It was, I can't remember exactly what time. It was later on in the afternoon, early evening, something to that nature.
Do you recall where that was located?
It was over in the Chambly area.
And were you part of the team that went out there?
I did go out there after the car was located. Yes, I did go to the scene. It was late in the evening. I want to say it had to been somewhere in the neighborhood of 11 o'clock or something to that nature that I actually went out there.
And did you do anything as far as processing that car?
No, I did not have any. No, that was going to be all left up to the crime scene investigators.
You know if did you just kind of stand and maintain?
Yeah, I was there. We were trying to determine what we were going to do at that time. So I went out there and it was determined that we were going to, the car was going to be processed. There was a little bit of processing done there. Then I believe the car was taken and it was taken and towed and processed further at a different location.
And what did you do after that?
After that, we secured for the night and we came back the next day. It was probably right about 11 o'clock or something like that to begin a canvass of the actual area, speak to different residents at the apartment complex, seeing what they knew. So we were, I was teamed up with one of the Spanish-speaking officers since it was a highly Hispanic area. So if they couldn't speak English, he could translate, and we would talk to the other residents in the area to see if they knew anything, saw anything relative to the car that we found in their complex.
So after you did your canvas, what did you do next?
After the canvas, I walked the area and kind of knowing the area a little because like I explained before, I worked for MARTA PD for approximately 8 years. So I knew kind of where we were at in relation to the Chamblee MARTA station. And I had brought it to the other Detective Williams and I discussed with other detectives that the individual that abandoned the car possibly could have went and walked to the MARTA station. So at that point, we discussed it and I contacted the on-call detective with MARTA Police Department and requested video footage from basically when the station kind of first opened for like a 2-hour window in that particular area.
Okay. Did you collect or did you get that video?
I did. It took a couple of days. I requested the video. I think that was right around the 30th, like the afternoon of the 30th. I didn't pick up the video, I don't believe, until like July 2nd, something to that nature. By the time the video was available to me to come pick up at the MARTA headquarters.
And did you do anything else regarding MARTA?
Well, after I looked at that video footage, I saw a person of interest. So I recontacted the detective and I requested more information on a particular individual and then reviewed that video footage. And I was able to, and that information I passed off to Detective Williams.
And did you do anything? I assume you did a lot with MARTA because of your contacts with MARTA Police Department.
Well, I mean, at the time, I didn't know the actual detective. I had never met the detective before. And since I had left, things had already progressed as far as like technology and things like that. So I didn't know exactly what they could do with their video footage and stuff. It was a lot more advanced than when I worked there because I left in like 99. So, but I had a feeling that they could, copy the video footage. I knew what the video footage would quasi look like if they had changed their cameras because I knew how the systems were kind of, where the cameras were kind of set up going in and out of the fare gates when I worked there.
And how long was this after the incident occurred?
When did I request the information?
Yeah, when
it was, I believe it was on the 30th. I requested the video footage in the incident. We discovered the incident on the 27th of June. So I requested the information on the 30th of June. And I was able to pick it up, I believe, on the 2nd of July.
What else did you do in reference to this case?
Reference to this case, so let me go to my notes. So after after we collected that video footage, there was possible information that there was additional video footage. We may have to go a little farther with the video footage. So I went and I had to contact another officer at MARTA because the Detective Frazier wasn't available anymore. I can't remember if he's on vacation or what the situation was at the time, but I did contact the criminal investigation supervisor, and he was able to provide me with additional video footage between I want to say it was 6:30 and 7:15 or something to that nature, 6:15 to 7:30. I didn't really, when I reviewed that video footage, I didn't really see anybody on that video footage that was a person of interest from that. And that was actually later on. That was like later on in July. I want to say like July 7th or 18th or something to that nature. Detective, the first detective that I contacted, he was able to provide me with not only the video footage, but then when I went back to him in reference to the person of interest, he was able to provide me with additional footage like train footage, video footage at a station out on the east side of town, and a printout of that person's actual breeze card that person used to get in and out of the station on different times. So he gave me that when I went back to him on the second, later on in the second, he gave me that information. That was additional, that Detective Fraser gave me that I think I picked that up on the third. So I picked up two different things, picked up on the second, looked at that video footage, came up with a person of interest, requested more information on the person of interest by providing Detective Fraser with like a photograph, an approximate time that I had. And he was able to go on and provide me with additional video footage from the train and at another station. And then he was able to cross-track his breeze card when he came in the station, approximately what I gave him with the information I was able to provide off the video footage I saw.
May I just have a moment, Your Honor? Nothing further, Your Honor.
In cross-examination.
Thank you, Your Honor. And Detective Sutton, you talked about your experience, and it is extensive.
Yes, ma'am.
And would you agree that you've received extensive training as well?
Yes, ma'am. I would say so.
And one of the things you've been trained on is the writing of reports.
Yes, ma'am.
You know how important it is to write police reports
Yes, ma'am.
that set out everything you have done.
Yes, ma'am.
And you do that.
Yes, ma'am.
So do you have a police report relating to your interactions with MARTA?
Do I have a police report relating to with this case, ma'am?
Yes.
I don't believe there's no supplement on there regarding my supplement, ma'am. My supplement didn't upload onto the system. No, ma'am.
Your supplement didn't upload onto the system.
Yes, ma'am.
Why not?
I don't know, ma'am.
Well, let's see. All your years of experience, you know to check whether your supplement has uploaded onto the system, correct?
You're correct, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
And all your other supplements uploaded onto the system, correct?
I believe so, ma'am. Yes.
And there were other supplements, correct?
I believe so. Yes, ma'am.
And as meaningless as they might have been, relating to evidence that had very little to do with anything, including anonymous tips, they were all entered into a police report and several supplemental police reports and uploaded onto the system. Correct?
You're asking a question, were the other ones uploaded into the system?
Yeah.
Yeah, they were actually, I typed them onto the system as I went. Yes, ma'am.
But this one you did not.
No, they did not. It did not get uploaded. No.
You're not trained as a crime scene investigator, are you?
I'm not crime scene investigator certified, no, ma'am. No, ma'am.
And who was the detective you were assisting in collecting the swabs?
There was probably a couple detectives, I believe. Let me think. There was Detective Will Johnson, I believe, was one of the detectives that was collecting DNA. And then there was another detective that was actually logging onto property sheets. That was Detective Delaney, I believe.
And your role was to do what?
To assist with the collection of the DNA.
How?
Because I was taking the DNA swabs, they would collect them and they would hand me the swabs and I would put the swabs in these little boxes that the swabs fit in.
You would put them in a box?
Correct.
Okay. So nothing anywhere in a police report relating to requesting video footage from MARTA, correct?
No, ma'am.
Nothing anywhere in a supplemental police report concerning picking up extra video footage on the 2nd of July.
No, ma'am.
Nothing anywhere in a supplemental report concerning having to contact another officer for additional footage from MARTA.
No, ma'am.
Nothing anywhere in a police report about contacting MARTA for train footage and a breeze card.
No, ma'am.
None of it is there. Is
No,
that
it's
correct?
not in, there's no supplement in there attached to the police report, ma'am.
That would be different supplements, wouldn't it?
It could be a continuous supplement, ma'am. It could be, it just depends on how the investigator decides to write out what they did during the investigation. One could be a whole complete supplement. You can do separate supplements. There's no standard about which way you can do it.
Well, how did you, as the investigator, do this one?
Well, mine was a continuous supplement from, I had 3 different supplements going, ma'am. I had the ones with the tips. I went out on another portion of the investigation where I collected what was possibly evidence. I don't believe it came in any significance. And then I had my regular supplement that I was doing. So I actually had 3 different ones going at one time. 2 of them I actually did right on the system itself. One of them was a Word document that should have been uploaded onto the reporting system. The continuous one with the continuous information that I do. That one would have been uploaded onto the system.
And do you have that Word document?
I do, ma'am, yes.
And it was never uploaded?
It was never uploaded, ma'am.
May I have one moment, Your Honor? I have nothing further for this witness. Thank you, Your Honor.
Any redirect?
Nothing further, Your Honor.
Can this witness be excused?
Yes, sir.
Thank you. You can step down. All right, state may call its next witness.
All right, state calls Investigator Sawtelle.
Thank you.
My name is Keith Sawtell, KeithSawtell.
Investigator Sawtelle, what is your current, where are you currently employed?
I was with Sandy Springs Police Department. I retired from there, and now I'm the Director of Digital Forensics and Investigations at the Coca-Cola Company.
Okay, what do you do what does that mean, Director of Digital Forensics?
Means I do all the digital forensics and investigations with regard to digital media for the Coca-Cola Company for internal investigations.
All right. And how long have you been at Coca-Cola?
3.5 years.
All right. Walk us through just some of your specific duties and how it relates to, you said digital
Yes.
security? Just describe that for the jury.
Sure. So what we do is a lot of e-discovery cases for internal investigations, maybe related to fraud or inappropriate behavior, things like just pulling different emails between two associates, sometimes downloading their cell phones, sometimes downloading their actual computer itself, depending on what the accusations are.
Okay. All right. And what year did you leave Sandy Springs PD?
I actually just retired last year. Technically, I stayed on part-time at the end.
When did you first start with Sandy Springs PD?
I don't have that date offhand, but it was about 12 years ago, 12 to 14 years ago.
All right. And describe your duties with Sandy Springs PD.
Sure. I was a crime scene alternate for my shift. Total of 20 years in law enforcement. Out of those 20, I've been a crime scene alternate for about, I've been involved in crime scenes for about 18 of those 20 years.
Okay.
So at Sandy Springs, I was a crime scene alternate there because I had been so at other departments. What that means is I've had additional technical training on processing crime scene investigations for various different places and been through various different schools. I'm a state certified crime scene investigator for the state of Georgia.
Okay. How many crime scenes would you say, just a ballpark, that you've investigated?
400, 500.
Okay. In and around Fulton County, Sandy Springs jurisdiction?
Also Douglasville and then Tallahassee, Florida.
Okay. And do you have any familiarity with surveillance videos during the course of your work as in law enforcement?
Yes, I sure do.
Can you talk about what types of things that you've done in law enforcement, specifically with surveillance videos?
Sure. It's very common at a small store or a retail outlet or even some homes. People have a DVR recording several cameras around the property. Now, of course, things are a little bit more modern. We have the cloud. But back in the day, it was typically you would insert a USB in the front of the DVR, follow the instructions, or if you're savvy enough, you knew what to hit and what to do, and then download the video to a USB, and you would submit that as evidence, and you would have video evidence of the particular crime.
Okay. And was that a regular part of your job with the
Yes,
Sandy
very
Springs Police
regular.
Department?
Yes.
And ballpark, how many times would you say when you were at a crime scene in particular, you've made an attempt to retrieve surveillance video?
At least a couple hundred.
Okay. How does that process work, and Just describe that process for the jury of obtaining surveillance video.
Sure. Like I said, back in the day before the cloud, we would just simply put a USB drive in the front of the device, follow the on-screen prompts if there were any, and then just download the video to the USB, submit that into evidence, let the detective know. They would follow up based on what was obtained.
And can you tell the jury if you were employed in that capacity on June 27, 2018?
Yes, I was.
At any point, were you called to assist Investigator J.T. Williams with a homicide that occurred on 1095 Old Woodbine Road?
Yes, I was.
All right. Can you tell the court the first thing you did when you received the call to come assist?
Sure. When I arrived on scene, there was other detectives and officers there, other crime scene investigators as well. My primary focus at the request of Detective Williams was the DVR. I got a brief overview of just the crime scene and I knew the layout of what happened, but it was really, that was just a couple minutes and it was pretty much, here's the DVR, please get started. So what I did is I documented via video with my city issued cell phone the setup of the DVR, and I also took pictures of the setup of the DVR, and then checked to see if it was connected and running, which it was. It was not connected to a TV at the time, though. The HDMI cable was disconnected from the TV. Don't know when that happened, but it was disconnected. TV was laying on the ground. Something was playing. The TV was on, but again, DVR's there running. HDMI disconnected. So what I did next, after documenting the DVR itself and the setup, is I took the HDMI cable from the cable box and plugged it back in to the DVR, and then immediately we could see, we didn't power on or off the DVR. We could see it had been running and it was functioning properly. There was 2 videos, Channel 5 and Channel 7. Channel 5 being towards the back of the home, Channel 7 being towards the front of the home, and they were actively recording.
Okay. One moment, Judge. Okay. All right. Do you recall anything specific about the type of surveillance video at the 1095 Woodbine residence? Was it a cloud-based system? Can you tell us if it was a standalone?
It had a hard drive inside of the DVR. So when I did take it back to police headquarters, I was able to actually remove the hard drive and connect directly to the hard drive to extract the video, which is a much newer process compared to the old days of putting a USB in the front.
All right. Talk about the type of training you've had specifically related to retrieving surveillance video and surveillance video system itself.
Sure. I've attended numerous different technical conferences and received related training on how to extract the data from various DVRs. In particular, this one, we used a newer program called DVR Examiner, and I just received training at a tech conference within a few months before this incident. So we had that trial version of that new software. I was able to use that to go directly to the hard drive and obtain the clips that were then ultimately turned in as evidence.
When you are looking at, say, surveillance video, the incident location of interest, what types of things are you looking for in the video in particular to determine if it's working properly?
Just looking to see if there's any movement to make sure it's not a still image. And there was movement on this. You could see the trees and the wind moving and lights flickering.
Could you tell if there were any documentation of the date or time on said video?
Yes, there was.
And what can you tell us about the date and time that you observed on that video?
So January 11th, 2018 on the DVR itself equals June 27th, 2018. It's approximately 5.5 months off.
Okay. Is that an uncommon thing to have, say, dates and times maybe not match up to what's happening?
It was not, or was back then, it is not now. With the cloud-based technology, most things are updated by our phone or by GPS signals, but it was very common back then. In fact, that's how I knew to check it and to notate it by photograph as well as video evidence.
So what do you mean when you say updates time automatically? Talk about that and how does that relate to this particular system?
Sure, just as simple as our cell phones, that we keep the time automatically updated. We don't have to manually input that like we did forever ago. DVRs, it's not uncommon if you had a power loss for a significant amount of time, or maybe just daylight savings came and you just forgot to update your DVR. Most people connected them back in the day, and if they were up and running, they were recording, they were happy, and that was it.
Okay. And what can you tell us about the operation of Ms. Thomason's surveillance video?
I seem to have no problems, no errors, nothing that I saw.
Okay. Other than, say, the date being off?
Yes.
Is that your testimony?
Yes, it is.
All right. I'm going to hand you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 506. Tell the court if you recognize this exhibit.
Yes, I do.
How do you recognize 506?
It contains the video clips that are relevant to this investigation from the DVR.
Have you had an opportunity to the contents of State's Exhibit 506?
Yes, I have.
And what is contained on that exhibit?
There's several clips that contain the victim in the backyard moving about. And then later in the clips, there's what appears to be a suspect, an unknown person, also moving around the back of the property. And then ultimately, the end, excuse me, is her vehicle seen leaving the driveway.
Okay. Is that date that you mentioned, January, and
11.
what you matched up to the June 27th date, is that depicted on that video as
Yes,
well?
it is.
Is there a time also depicted on that video?
Yes, there is.
And did you have an opportunity to view the outside section that the surveillance video was capturing
Yes, I did.
while you were at that property?
Yes, and I took pictures as well.
Based on what you were viewing on the video and what you observed outside of the residence, did it appear as though it was recording accurately?
Yes, it did.
Okay. Your Honor, this time the state will move to tender in evidence State's Exhibit 506.
No objection, Your Honor.
Submitted.
Permission to publish?
You may.
Now, Investigator Sawtell, can you tell the court, your testimony was that you actually took the DVD system and back to headquarters to retrieve it?
Yes, it is.
And when you were doing that, did you at that time actually look at the video to see what may or may not have been captured on it?
Yes, I did.
And did you know at that time, did you know what you were looking for? Did you know, what were you focusing on in particular?
I did not know what we were looking for at that point. We had no idea. So any suspect, any indication of what may have occurred at the property?
Okay. And at any point in observing the video, can you tell the jury whether did you ever observe Ms. Thomason on the video?
Yes, I did.
Okay. And do you recall where at the residence Ms. Thomason was on the video?
At the back of the residence.
See anyone else besides Ms. Thomason on State's Exhibit 506 when you viewed it?
Yes, I did.
You tell whether or not that individual was a man or a woman?
I could not tell that.
Okay, but could you tell whether or not it was someone different from Ms. Thomason?
Yes, definitely.
All right. Your Honor, I think if it's possible to dim the lighting during that portion of the courtroom, that might assist with viewing it.
I'll see what we can do. We haven't had that request in a while, so I don't want to push the button that turns off the lights. So let me see. Is Deputy Scott in the back? I believe the light switches are right through here. It's right here. Oh, that's more than enough. All right. Stake and proceed.
Okay. Investigator Sawtelle, can you tell us, can you tell the jury what portion of the residence we're looking at now?
At the back corner of the home.
And has anything happened at the video at this point at 12:42 of interest?
I don't believe so, other than I can't be sure yet. I have to. I think it's obvious that there's somebody at the back of the home. I'm just trying to make sure if that looks like the victim or someone else. And that is the suspect.
Okay. Okay.
You just note the time markers as you go, Mr. Fawcett, for the record.
All right. I'll note the time on the video is 12:43:38 p.m. And do you see anything of interest at 12:48?
Yes, that
29?
appears to be the victim.
Okay. And is that a later point in time than we saw what you believe to be the suspect?
Yes.
Turn your attention to 12:56 on the video. Can you see anything of interest on the video at this point?
Yes, it appears to be the victim cleaning up in the backyard.
And does she appear to have anything in her hand that you can see?
Looks like it could be a broom, but I'd be guessing.
Now, Investigator Sawtell, at this point in the video, were you aware of a message that Ms. Thomason had sent her daughter related to what she believed to be someone outside her residence? Were you aware of that at this point in the
I
investigation?
don't believe I did.
Okay.
I think that came later to answer that.
Okay. Your Honor, this is video for the record, still states Exhibit 506. It is file 6627. I'm going to start this at 247 on the video. Starting at 246:08. Investigator Sawtell, we're still looking at the rear part of the residence?
I'm not seeing anything on my screen. You see something?
Oh,
Sharing.
yeah, you gotta share first. Okay, 1 second. All right. All right. Okay. Are we still looking at the rear of the residence?
Yes.
Okay.
Still channel 5, the same camera.
Right. And we're at 247:39 on the video. Did you see anything of interest that was?
Yes. Yes,
what did
the
you see?
suspect came back into view.
All right.
And if I can mention on the times we mentioned earlier, the reason it says January 10, 2018 is because this is the morning when we got there and I notated it. It had passed to January 11th. So I just want to make sure y'all understood that in case anybody was paying attention to the date, because I said January 11th equals June 27th at the time that we came, which was almost June 28th. It was, I believe, around 11 o'clock at night when I got there on June 27th. So this date and time had already rolled over to January 11th.
Okay, I'm gonna point you back at Exhibit 506, 24838. Do you see anything of interest in this exhibit?
Yes, the suspect is in view again.
Okay, now I want to pause the video here. And can you tell me anything about his head? Do you see anything that, can you describe what you see in his head area?
The suspect appears to have a lot of hair, possibly dreadlocks, and then is covering it with a towel or
Okay.
something like a towel.
All right, and can you tell that based off of the way what appears to be hair is covering up the shirt?
Yes.
Okay. Yeah. Now, for the record, we're still on Exhibit 506. This is file 6629. Let's start you out at 334. All right. Okay. And do you see anything of interest at 334 and 20?
Yes, the suspect comes back into view.
Now we're at 336.25. Do you see anything of interest?
Yes, the suspect again is in view.
Okay. Publishing file 6631 at 35103. Yeah, Investigator Sawtelle, let me know when you see, if you see anything of interest.
Okay. The suspect is in view again.
Can you tell whether or not um, the individual you described appears to be carrying anything?
It does appear he is carrying something.
Okay. Can you tell what arm?
Left arm.
And does there appear to be something in that individual's other arm?
Could be something in his hand.
Okay. And are you aware whether or not any items were taken from the residence of Ms. Thomason on that night?
Yes, that laptop was reported missing.
Okay. Your testimony was a laptop was reported missing?
Yes.
Okay. Could that object be a laptop in his arm?
It could be.
Okay. Were you also aware of whether or not Ms. Thomason had a vehicle at the residence?
Yes, it was reported that she did.
Okay. Did you find or locate a vehicle at the residence of Ms. Thomason when you arrived at that location? Do you know that?
I did not.
Okay. Don't know, or your testimony is that there was not a vehicle?
I believe there was not a vehicle
Okay.
at all.
All right. Okay. Did you also look for evidence of vehicle theft on the surveillance video as well?
Yes, I did see her vehicle leaving down the driveway.
All right. I'm going to show you file 6632 at 35256. I'll start it there. It's not shared. Of course. We'll get it together. All right. Your Honor, we're publishing file 6632.
That's the victim's vehicle pulling out of the driveway or out of the garage.
Okay.
And the victim's vehicle appears to be leaving the house down the driveway.
And is that at 3:54? What's on the system is PM, but
Yes.
that's the time on the screen?
Yes.
Okay. All right. Stopping the video at 3:55. All right. Now, let me turn your attention back to file 6623, because we stopped at 3:55. Now, is there anything you can tell the court about, so the time's off, but is that an accurate amount of time from when we first see Ms. Thomason out the residence, to we see the vehicle backing out of the driveway? Is the distance between those times on the camera, is that accurate?
The display time on the cameras is not accurate, but it's a couple hours time from the time that we first see the suspect to the time that we see the vehicle leaving.
Well, I guess what I'm asking is, even though the time is incorrect, when we see, say, 12, if we see 3, has it been 3 hours that has passed?
Yes.
Okay, so that part is accurate when we see Ms. Thomason come out of her residence initially,
Yes.
and then when we see the vehicle backing out, will that give, based off of, your examination of the video, will that give us an accurate amount of time as to when
Yes.
she first came out and when the car backed out?
Yes.
Okay. Turn your attention back to Exhibit 506, File 6623. Okay. Can you see the time on there, in and around this, as previously shown the first time we saw Ms. Thomason at the residence? Can you see the time on there?
Yes, 12:41 p.m.
Okay. Let me know the time when you see Ms. Thomason. Got to hit play. Okay. Thank you.
I see somebody, but I can't tell who it is yet. I believe, yes, this is the one we watched earlier. That is the suspect. You'll see in a minute.
All right. Is that at 12:53?
12:43.
Oh, excuse me, 12:43. Okay. All right. All right. Now we're at 12:49:55.
And there's the victim.
Okay. And that's at 12:50?
Yes.
All right. And so if we're looking at those times and trying to determine, an amount of time that passed from between 12:50 and when we see the car backing out of the driveway at 3:55, rough estimate, how much time has passed between those 2 points?
Around 3 hours.
Okay. And based on that, was that generally around the time you were thinking that the suspect was at 1095 Woodbine Road?
It appears so based on the additional evidence that we will get to in time.
Okay. And that location, 1095 Woodbine, is in Fulton County?
Yes, it is.
All right. We'll turn your attention back to when you went to the residence. You were describing the surveillance video system that you observed.
Yes.
Okay. I'm going to point your attention to State's Exhibit 57. Okay. Do you see on 57 what you were referencing, referenced in the surveillance video in the server?
Yes.
Okay, is that black screen and the box next to it?
Yes, it is.
Okay. I'm going to show you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 60. And what is that? Is that also another photograph of what you were just testifying to?
Yes, it is.
And is that also what you, I guess, retrieved on that night and took the headquarters to download?
Yes, it is.
All right. Let me show it to her. Yeah. So those are going to be 50, 508. Those are 508. They're numbered on the back. Oh, I didn't wipe out my hard drive. So just just the top, the actual top.
Okay. Perfect.
Investigator Sawtelle, I'm going to show you 3 exhibits. You could view them on the computer and tell whether or not they're fair and accurate representation of what you observed on June 27, 2018 at the Woodbine residence.
Okay.
Okay. Showing you now what's been marked as 508, 509, and 510.
Yes.
Just look at 508, 509, 510.
Yes.
Okay. Can you say that those exhibits 508, 509, and 510 are fair and accurate representations of what you observed June 27, 2018 at 1095 Woodbine?
Yes, I do.
Your Honor, this time I would move to tender 507, 508, and 509. 8, 9, 10 into evidence at this time.
All right, 508 to 510. Any objection?
None, thank you.
They're admitted.
Yeah, go ahead. I'll share them. Investigator Sawtelle, now being published before you is State's Exhibit 508. Can you tell us what we're looking at?
Yes, it's the back corner of the DVR showing my handwritten notes on 2 pieces of tape indicating which one was channel 5 and which one was channel 7.
So when we're looking at those videos and you're referencing a channel, the port that you would be referencing it was extracted from is referencing channel 5 and channel 7.
Yes.
Do those represent separate cameras or what do the channels themselves represent?
Sure. The channel 5 is in the back of the home and channel 7 is that front corner of the home right by the garage.
Okay. I'm going to show you what's been marked as 509. Okay, and what is that?
That is, I believe, the desk where we ended up. Yeah, that's before the TV was set back up. So the DVR is there underneath the lamp.
Okay. And what about 5010?
That's the illustration of the exact time, according to Verizon, at the time that I noted the time differential of about 5.5 months.
Okay, all right. And that references the exact time that was where it was when January 11, 2018 was referenced on the screen.
Yes.
Okay, all right. Yes. Now, one moment. Investigator Sawtell, did you participate in other parts of this investigation?
Yes, I did.
And in particular, were you involved in the apprehension of Mr. Jones?
Yes, I was.
Okay. What was your involvement in that?
I was notified, I believe, on the morning of July 2nd, I believe it was 2020, that the U.S. Marshal's Office or whatever fugitive task force was assigned to go and look for him, had found him and made an arrest.
Okay. And what did you do upon arriving at that location?
When I arrived, he was already gone from the scene. Myself and another detective there, we searched the storage unit and documented everything in it, recovered some items of interest, and brought him back to police headquarters.
Okay. In particular, can you tell the court how many officers accompanied you when you were at that U-Haul location?
There were 10 or more officers on the scene, but myself and one other detective searched the unit.
Okay. And what can you tell us about the unit itself that you can recall?
It appeared that somebody had been living in it. There was a desktop computer set up in the middle, like a small office space. Looked like a place to sleep in there. It was very dirty.
All right. Now, can you tell the jury, did you collect anything of interest, any evidence from that location?
Yes, in particular, we did collect an HP laptop that appeared to be very similar to what we were looking for from the victim's home.
Okay. When you left the victim's residence, you were looking for a laptop?
No, I didn't know at that time.
Okay. All right. At some point, you had a reason to look for a laptop.
Yes.
All right. And you found a laptop. Can you tell the jury? Well, let me rephrase that. Can you tell the jury if there was anything else of interest at that location when the arrest was made?
Computers, cell phones. There was a large canvas bag that appeared to match the suspect description we had from MARTA video.
Okay. And what in particular about that bag's description was of interest?
It was the shape.
What do you recall about that shape?
It was bigger than your average bag, and I don't believe it was shaped like we'll say a rectangle, large rectangular bag,
Okay.
from what I recall.
All right. And do you recall all the items that were taken on that date that the arrest was made?
No. Do I recall them all? No, I'd need a property sheet to verify all the various items that were recovered.
Okay. Let me ask you this, and let me back up. Would it assist you to view a copy of your property report and that you made at the time of the arrest?
Yes.
Okay. Okay, this is. Investigator Sawtell, if you could review this to yourself, I'll take you back and ask you to refresh your recollection.
Okay. So this is my report. I recall it because I've reviewed it as early as just a couple hours ago. And there is a brief description of the property. However, this is not the actual property sheet as noted in the report. See the SSPD property sheet for specific location information, but that does appear to be a list of very likely a duplicate of what's on the property sheet.
Okay. Now, when you were at the residence, did you observe any evidence or do you know if there was any evidence of restraint of Ms. Thomason?
Yes, there was.
What do you mean by that?
There were some zip ties.
Okay. And what is a zip tie?
That's a nylon strap used to sometimes bundle things like cables and fix a hose, but it has a binding capability when you pull it to have it lock in place.
Do you know if there's any evidence that zip ties were used at Ms. Thomason's residence on that
Yes,
date?
there was.
Okay. Why do you say that?
I recall seeing them in my brief tour of the crime scene before I got started with the DVR.
Okay, so you're saying you saw zip ties at the 295 Woodbine residence?
Yes.
Okay. And was that the only evidence of restraint, Ms. Thompson, that you observed while you were at that residence?
As far as I recall, but again, I wasn't as involved in the crime scene itself. That was Sergeant Barkley and Detective Morgan.
Okay, all right. Do you recall if there was any evidence of restraint on Ms. Thomason's person itself?
I did not look at her.
Okay. All right, I'm going to show you, I'm going to show them to the defense first. Beautiful, thank you. Yes, sir. Okay, so I'm going to hand you what's been marked as State Exhibit 297-306, 308, 341, 346, 351, 358, 448, 449, 351, 454, 455, 459, and 463. Review those exhibits.
Sure.
After reviewing those exhibits, do you recognize the images depicted?
Yes, I do.
Okay, how do you recognize those images?
I took those at the U-Haul storage facility where the suspect was arrested.
Okay. And is that the date in question that you've been testifying to just previously?
Yes, it is.
And the images depicted on those state exhibits, are they a fair and accurate representation of what you observed?
Yes,
Beyond this time, the state will tender in the evidence states exhibits 297.
The exhibits previously described. Any objection?
No.
And they are admitted.
I'm going to publish what's been marked as State's Exhibit 297. All right. 297, what are we looking at with this exhibit?
that's the exterior of the U-Haul storage facility.
And now Exhibit 306.
That's inside.
Is that that U-Haul facility?
Yes,
Exhibit 308. Tell us what we're looking at.
that's the hallway inside the facility.
Showing you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 341.
That's inside the storage unit where he was arrested.
Did it appear to you as though someone had been living at that U-Haul facility?
Yes, it did.
And is that further evidenced by State's Exhibit 346?
Yes. Yes.
Did you tell inside of that U-Haul storage facility, and I'm going to show you Exhibit 358, did you tell how entry and exit into that facility was made?
Yes, it appears that somebody peeled up the top corner. They have as you can see there in the picture, a wire mesh across the top of all the storage units in there. And somebody had peeled that up so that they could crawl over the top and get in without having to open and close the door and still maintain the door in a locked position. So it doesn't give anyone reason to believe that there's somebody in there, even though they're coming and going out the top.
Is that where Mr. Jones was located?
Yes, it is.
You just testifying as to a laptop you later discovered was taken from the residence of Ms. Thomason?
Yes, I did.
So you State's Exhibit 448. Can you tell us what we're looking at?
An HP laptop consistent with the one that was missing from the home.
That laptop, as you're viewing it on State's Exhibit 448, that's similar to the description of the laptop that you were looking for?
Yes, it is.
Okay. And now showing you State's Exhibit 449, is that the bottom side of that same laptop you were testifying to?
Yes, it is.
Now, you were also testifying about zip ties. You recall that testimony?
Yes, I do.
Okay, what do you see on State's Exhibit 454?
Additional zip ties.
Okay, and are those the same type of restraints that you were just testifying to?
The same type, yes.
Same type of restraint,
Yes.
zip ties. Okay, and are those the same type of zip ties that you had in the residence of Ms. Thomason at 1095 Woodbine Road in June of 2018?
Yes.
And State's Exhibit 455, is that additional items that you seized from the storage facility where James Jones was staying?
Yes. Or a different view of the previous picture.
You also testified as to a black bag, the oblong shaped bag that was of interest to you.
Yes.
And you testified that you observed a bag similar to that at that storage facility.
Yes, I did.
I'm going to show you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 463.
Can you tell us what we're looking at?
The large rectangular bag
Okay. And where was that bag located?
inside the storage unit.
Was that the same storage unit that Mr. James Jones was located?
Yes, it is.
And was that the same, did that fit the description of the bag that you were, I guess, of interest to you?
Yes.
Now, let me ask you this. Did you ever receive any technology, any laptops or cell phones related to this defendant to analyze?
Yes, I did.
And what in particular are you referring to?
There was numerous. There was there were cell phones recovered and brought to me, I believe, a day or two after from the residents, from detectives that were there at the residence. And then there was additional cell phones, tablets, and computers throughout this investigation over the period of several years.
And after reviewing those items, were you able to provide Detective Williams with any information that assisted with this investigation?
Yeah, nothing that deemed of any significant relevance upon my brief review. However, Detective Williams did take a much more in-depth look at all the items.
Okay. Are you aware if any information related to Mr. Jones's email came out of that search of the laptop or the computer, or in particular, the cell phone itself?
I'm aware of the email you're referencing.
Okay. And are you aware if that email had any particular identifiers specifically associated with Mr. Jones?
I wouldn't be comfortable commenting on that. That wasn't my area of analysis.
Okay. All right. All right. That's all I have, Judge.
All right, members of the jury, feel free to stand, stretch in place. If anyone wants to step in the back, we can do that as well. But otherwise, we'll move on to cross-examination.
I can't. I'll go to. Okay. Well, you can if you want.
Mr. Fawcett, could you do me a favor, please, and play for me the clip from the video footage from Channel 5 for 3:43 a.m. Channel 5, when the person comes out of the back. Oh. 3:43.
3:43. Okay.
It's the next one, yes.
Okay.
Sorry. It's a little. Can you screen share?
Sure.
You're better at screen sharing than I am. And in the meantime, detectives will tell me.
Yes, ma'am.
To ask you this. Is the person. Let me ask you this.
Battery's low. Keep it there.
Let me ask you this, sir. As an experienced detective.
Yes, ma'am.
And you are a very experienced detective. You took the trouble to determine what the time difference was between what was on the video and what was on and what the actual time was. Is that correct, sir?
Yes, ma'am, it is.
And what was the time difference?
I don't have it on this. We'd have to reference that photo from earlier, but it is January 11th, which is equal to June 27th, both 2018. I couldn't tell you the exact minutes.
That's the date. I'm
Yes.
asking about the time.
Okay.
So if I told you that well, perhaps let me show you a document and ask you if this will refresh your recollection. Keep an eye to see if the person is out. Just let me.
Thank you. Yes, ma'am. This has the exact time information. So according to this, which is my report, 11:48 p.m. on June 27th, 2018 is equal to 10:39:21 a.m. January 11th, 2018.
Right. So what's the time difference?
Approximately 5.5 months.
Time difference.
Oh, time?
Time.
Oh, about a little over 12 hours. I'm sorry. Yeah. 10:39, 11:48, 11 hours.
Stop this for 1 moment. Now you have my copy. Doesn't it have the time difference there, sir? The time difference.
It's
between 11:48 and the actual time.
just under 11 hours difference. I believe if you were to, I mean, if we just did simply 11:48 p.m. to 11:48 a.m. and then we take 9 minutes off. So is that?
I believe you said in your report that it was a difference of 1 hour and 9 minutes. Is that not correct?
I don't see a reference to 1 hour and 9 minutes, ma'am.
All right, so let me ask you this, Detective Sortel.
Yes, ma'am.
As you look at that video and the timestamp on that video, 3:47 p.m., do you have any idea at all what the actual time was when this incident occurred?
Yes, ma'am. So with that DVR examiner software, we were able to input the time difference, the actual time versus the time on the screen, and then it was able to correct that. So there are some video clips that have the corrected time as a somewhat of a stamp on these videos. It's not, unfortunately, the one that we're looking at this time, but we do have that math is calculated by that software program.
All right, so can you give us that figure, sir?
You want me to do the math?
I want you to tell me what the time difference is.
Okay.
Indiana, I think this witness has already answered this question.
Well, for this particular video, if we want to see how good we are at math, we can go that route. So
I want to know what time this incident occurred.
All right, so as best you can answer that question, sir, please do.
Sure.
Or don't you, or if you don't know, say, I don't know.
I don't know off the top of my head, but we could try to
So-
figure it out.
You have no clue, sir, what time this incident occurred.
I do have a very good idea of how to do the math to figure it out. Because I could tell the time difference based on the Verizon time from the city cell phone versus the time on the screen from the DVR. So that shows the
Do
time
you
offset.
want to try and do that, or do you want to say, I have no clue?
I'd be happy to do it. I'll be happy to try anyway. May I use a pen? Is that okay?
Of course.
Okay. I want. Any mathematicians out there, I apologize. Just bear with me.
Oh, yes, this thing is still running. So I'm gonna go back to when the suspect comes out.
And then we're going to pick a time, January 10th, 3:40 p.m. Because it's still running.
Sorry,
The time is still running. I just,
say 3:43 p.m.
okay.
What would that be in real time? Yeah. Wait until he's finished doing his math. Okay.
I could tell you the difference is approximately 5 months, 17 days, and 11 hours, but I'm going to end up getting the day or the minutes or something off. But that's,
We're back on the 5 months. I'm trying to get how many hours and minutes.
do we?
All right, you don't know.
No,
is
that's
there?
fine.
Okay, all right. Then let me show you. This video again, this particular video clip, which you were showed by the state before.
Yes, ma'am.
And do you see anything in the hand of the person?
It's already gone by at this point. I can't be sure. Can we play it again?
Mr. Fawcett, would you?
I can't say that I saw anything in his hand.
You didn't see anything in his hand and his hand at his ear.
I have a glare right here on the screen. If you'd like to play it again, we can try. I can.
You can also turn around if it's easier.
Okay, great. Thank you.
Ms. Levinsky, the video is not playing.
I think we have paused it.
We gotta go back to 334.
334, I believe. 333.
334. Kick it back.
Yeah.
Good.
Yes, because the motion allowed, yeah.
I did not see anything in the person's hand.
Okay, all right, sir. Let me ask you this, sir. You did, however, see zip ties at the house on June the 27th.
Yes, ma'am.
And where did you see those zip ties?
Very likely in the room adjacent to the room where we saw the evidence of the DVR. There was a room next to that that had a chair and some other evidence on the ground. Again, I didn't process that scene, but I just got a quick tour, so I knew what to be looking for, just to kind of be aware of the scene. And then I focused on the DVR.
And those zip ties were upstairs then in that house on June the 27th.
From what I
That
call, yes, ma'am.
correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And they would then have been in the exhibits, the photos that were taken by the police officers, the crime scene investigators.
Yes, ma'am.
Who took photos that
Yes,
day.
ma'am.
Now, you also spoke about an HP laptop that was missing
Yes, ma'am.
from Miss Thomason's house.
Yes, ma'am.
And as I understand it, you said that the laptop found in the U-Haul matched the description. Please give me the description of the laptop missing from Miss Thomason's house.
Yes, ma'am. It was an HP laptop. That was the only description that I had.
Wow, that's an extensive description. Can you give me anything more? Perhaps a serial number? Because laptops, as far as I know, actually do have serial numbers.
Yes, ma'am, they do. But I did not have one.
Okay, so did you take that laptop to to the precinct and look at it to see if there was any information on it which showed that it had previously belonged to Miss Thomason?
Yes, ma'am, I did.
And
The laptop had been wiped past the date of this incident, so there was no indication that it belonged to her.
so an HP laptop which could have belonged to anybody.
Yes, ma'am.
And I think you talked about computers, cell phones, and a large canvas bag. That large canvas bag is a keyboard bag, isn't it, sir?
It could be.
Now, you're quite highly trained in technology, aren't you?
Yes, ma'am.
And with your knowledge on technology, you were also asked to do something else, weren't you?
Yes, ma'am.
You were asked to look at the location data that was received from Google.
Yes, I was.
And I'm going to show you what's been marked as defendant's fault. Do you recognize this document?
Yes, ma'am, I do.
What is that document?
It's a summary of what we received back from a contracted company named ZedX. We sent them some of the geofencing return results from Google, and they were able.
Your Honor, yeah, I'm going to object if we're talking about the contents of an email. I'm going to object on grounds of hearsay.
It's a document that this witness authored.
You're saying he wrote this email?
He wrote
Yes, I
this
did.
email.
Okay. And why would that not still be hearsay if it's not making it in court? This is to Ms. Levinsky. This is still an out-of-court statement?
I don't believe that it's hearsay, Your Honor.
Okay. Mr. Fawcett, I haven't seen this email, so I'm not quite sure the contents.
No,
What other
it's a-
issues are here?
The email is a dialogue between the Sandy Springs Police Department and what I believe, I guess it's the laboratory or company. And to the extent that there are discussions between two separate persons represented in an email, it's hearsay. That's the basis of the objection.
Your Honor, it is a dialogue between Detective Sortel or crime
Yeah.
scene.
I would ask this be taken up outside the presence of the jury.
That's fine. If I could see the exhibit.
Yes, sir.
It's addressed to Detective Williams, Your Honor. It is a dialogue.
Okay, I'm looking at it. It's okay. We don't need to see this in front of the jury. All right. At this point, Ms. Levinsky, it is an email written by him to others, but you could ask him potentially about the subject matter, but to enter in the email as an exhibit at this point, I think hearsay would be a valid objection unless there's some other grounds around it or we see how the evidence presents itself. So right now, the objection would be sustained. You can ask your next question and we'll see where that goes.
Fair enough. Fair enough. So, Detective, are you a crime scene?
I was, yes, ma'am. I'm
Right.
retired now.
Yes. And can you give us some background on your training and
Sure.
experience?
Sure. I was a member of the GBI ICAC task force where I received extensive different types of digital forensics training for ICAC related investigations. I was also a member of the Secret Service cyber fraud task force. I also received extensive training at the National Computer Institute in Hoover, Alabama from the Secret Service. Attended other additional trainings here and around the metro area. Attended regular tech conferences to get small bits of technical training whenever I could.
And Detective Williams,
Yes, ma'am.
Detective J.T. Williams,
Yes, ma'am.
gave you the Google location documentation.
Yes, he did.
Is that correct?
Yes, he did.
And did you look at that information?
I did.
And what did you do with that information when you received it?
So this was a first of its kind for us, the Google geofence warrant. It was something I learned about in a technical conference, and I came back, it was 2018, just after this incident. And then I think the Detective Williams will explain more, but 2019 was the first search warrant as a part of this. They do send a lot of information back. It's a lot to consume and understand what to do with, and it's almost, it's challenging. So with the partner that we use for helping to plot cell phone locations, which that partner again is that company named ZedX, I sent them a copy of the data to see if they could take a look and see what they thought.
Did you look at it?
I did look at it, but it was a lot of information.
And were you able to make any determination as to the location of any of the devices on that location data?
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am, I was.
And with regard to the device ending in 90, did you determine that that device was at 6 The Crofts?
What was the last part? It was
6 The Crofts. Well, let's start with the first device.
Sure.
Look at any of the devices.
Sure. The one, just to help answer your first question, the one ending in 90, said they did not believe it was at the house location, but may be close, so it's worth ruling out. That's what they got back to me with.
So,
And this is the experts.
and you looked at it as well.
I looked at what they give me. They're able to take a really large data set and help us to make sense of it.
And when they looked at it and you looked at it.
I have an objection.
All right. The objection?
These questions, although I'll know, they don't appear to be directly intended to elicit hearsay, but the questions are eliciting hearsay because he does not have the direct knowledge. He received this information and just testified to. So I would object on the grounds that the questions are eliciting hearsay.
All right. Ms. Levinsky, any response?
No more so than the Google location data elicits hearsay.
Your Honor, if I could respond to that. We served Ms. Levinsky 3 weeks ago with business record notice of Google records to the authentication, and she's had those records since the inception of this case. What I'm objecting to is Ms. Levinsky asking Investigator Saltel about information he did not create himself and he received from other persons. That's the basis of the objection.
All right. I think I need to explore this further. I think I need to make sure I fully understand that I don't want to do that in front of the jury. So why don't we go ahead and take our afternoon break here? I still want to get another hour of testimony before we break for the day. So I'll ask the jury to step out and we'll be with you shortly. Just hit the button when y'all are ready to proceed.
He's break. Yeah, he's supposed to be out there.
Rules are clear, Judge.
All right. So why don't we just take this from the top? Mr. Fawcett, if you want to particularize the objection and the inquiry.
Yes, Your Honor. During the cross-examination questions, while it wasn't initially, I guess, obvious that the question would elicit hearsay information, the basis of this detective knowledge came from a third party. And then there were additional questions that Mr. Levinsky was attempted to ask, but it had already been established that Investigator Sawtelle didn't have that direct knowledge. So that's the basis of my objection, that the previous answer was hearsay, and any other questions that would go down that same path as to that specific email would also elicit hearsay. So that's the objection.
Okay. All right. And so there could be other relevant non-hearsay purposes that are being sought through this testimony. So I just want to kind of, again, explore where the line of inquiry is going so I can make the right ruling here. Ms. Levinsky?
Your Honor, he is a highly trained expert. He has attended courses and classes. He sent this email to his boss, telling his boss what he had learned. It's not based solely on what he learned from ZTEX.
All right. So I guess your position is that you're exploring an analysis that he did on the data he received.
Correct.
Okay. All right. And I'm reading Defense Exhibit 4, and it does appear to be a summary where he's conveying information from a Mike Pizzell. I'm not really seeing the point where he's making his own analysis or opinions. So is there something in here you want to direct me to, or?
Not
Or that I should-
specifically in that document.
Okay. Is there something else somewhere in the file, or maybe through your own investigation, that you believe we're getting at with this inquiry, this line of inquiry? Because if everything he's doing is simply summarizing what he heard from someone else, and there's no non-hearsay purpose that it's leading to, then I wouldn't see an exception applying unless you can provide me with one, or some other non-hearsay purpose.
Your Honour, firstly, it's not tendered for the truth of what is contained therein. It's his opinion, it's not tendered for the truth of what's contained therein. Second of all, it is not being used against the defendant. It is a public record. Under 809.
Okay, so if it's just for if it's not for the truth of the matter asserted, it's for a let's take those one at a time. If it's for a non-hearsay purpose, and then why is his opinion relevant?
Because it is his opinion and it is relevant to the conduct that was followed by the police afterwards. It is the basis on which they obtained the geofencing warrants.
Okay.
Sorry, the additional information regarding this particular device ID. They didn't just suck this device ID out of their thumb. They decided on this device ID based, amongst other things, on information given to them by this witness.
Okay. All right. So, and then the other one, you said 809. I don't think that's actually a code section.
Section.
So,
Okay, 803, section 9.
Or not.
Saying it's
Section 8.
that this is a public record from Google or.
Oh, the email is not from Google. From my understanding.
the email isn't from.
Okay, but I don't think this email would be a public document.
It could be, Judge, because it's created in the course of the investigation. It would be subject to open records request, for example.
So every single email a police officer sends is now going to fall under a hearsay exception?
If it's related to an investigation, it can be. It's a public record related to that investigation.
Okay.
It's similar to impeaching an officer with their report, Judge.
And I agree with you there that you can impeach him. I haven't heard yet you to point out like an inconsistent statement or why he needs to be impeached on this.
I understand. I'm using impeachment as an example, but public records are usually not admissible. The report isn't admissible against the defendant, but it's not being used here against the defendant. That exception outlines an exception within the exception against the defendant, but when it's being used against the state, those kinds of public records can be admitted, Judge.
Okay, a lot to unpack there. Mr. Fawcett, anything you want to jump in with?
I've never heard of emails between two different persons, whatever agency they work for, being considered public records. Even in the context of submitting for open records. I mean, I guess the first, and I want to make sure I'm clear, the first argument, it seemed to be going down the road that Investigator Sawtell is an expert, and he's given an expert opinion. If I'm mistaken, that seems to be what the argument was. But an expert in what? We're going to be required to call an expert that has specific training in geofencing and cellular technology. And there has been no foundation that's been laid for this investigator to give the opinion that she's asking for or asking to be elicited from this email. So one, there's no foundation that's been laid for him to give an expert opinion on this subject matter. Two, it is not a public document. How has it been certified if it is a public document? Other than just having the email printed out and an exhibit sticker stuck onto it with no witness to put it in context.
Well, the witness is on the stand.
Well, and I'm arguing before the judge now. So, Your Honor, I would ask that that the defendant's request be denied because it is hearsay. There's no exception, and they're asking for an opinion of a witness that has not been laid a foundation as an expert in any subject matter.
All right. All right, we'll take 5. It doesn't look like the jury's ready to come back just yet, so everyone can kind of take their afternoon break. We'll come back and still get another hour, and before we recess for the day, I'll have a ruling for you. Goodness, step down.
Yeah. Job, buddy.
Yeah.
I think you get a little Randy with them. I like it. Like, I'm talking right now, you bastard. I'm talking right.
Be matters that are assumed to do. Or not. Yeah, yeah.
He does. Does he?
Well, he got the email. That falls in the public record. But your first exception is better because it's state of mind.
I think
It's a state of mind.
I think it's
That's
great.
not for state of mind.
I think it's great. The basis on which they say it.
No.
It's present sense is out of three, out of 3 points, sense impression, which is just the sports announcer thing. Your state of mind is the correct objection, public record. You started talking about experts in authentication, and authentication can be provided by the witness that wrote the email. One experts, that's whatever. Review. So that's but the state of mind is the exception.
I would have read something. I gave. I want this.
I'm just messing with
It's better to have an.
Yeah, yeah. Well, I mean, if it's just, let's verify what, I don't know. I don't know.
15, 20 minutes.
Okay. All right.
Yeah, I know, yeah, you probably did, because it was right by the court.
Thank you.
I'm sorry.
It's not like.
I said, wait, I'm first of all. Yeah.
I like a state.
Wherever you go. You don't need to. Hey, that's a moment. I ain't in that.
It's just like a shop. I was like, you can't keep fixing this in good conscience. They're like, you need to just give it up. But he. It was. They were like, you're just wasting money at this point. You already did the new engine. So you already, when my mom was telling me, she was like, you're wasting money. All right, well, I guess they'll sign. I didn't see you. Waiting. Watching very so much for the other. She visited her. I really like you.
That's what money is got, $100. That's the first car we bought, $100.
Light just came on.
How are you doing?
Oh, yeah, go back up. Stand. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Oh, yeah, you're in the middle of cross. Yeah, absolutely. I gave. I think it was the 1 year anniversary. 100 years. Get you New Zealand. Oh. Came out, excuse me. Sorry. Yeah, it was. It's a good moment. Oh, man, not that. I'm looking at in the picture up there, looking at my dad. It means I gotten old. I am totally looking at my dad. I got my dad's watch on today. I'm looking at my dad.
It's all right though.
Yeah, he was a good trial attorney. He was a very trial attorney.
Trial attorney.
He was big time. Yeah, he was a civil defense attorney, so he was interested in making money. Yeah, he was good. He was a good attorney. Yeah. And from a generation of unlovable people. Those old guys used to just tear each other apart. Yeah. I mean, it is warm. I don't think it's too bad. No, I'm just saying it's not for me. I'm fine. I ain't got that. Yeah. I don't know. Look like it. I don't even think we're gonna get to one. I don't even think we're gonna get to one. I don't think so.
2 o'clock. Wait.
Hell, you might not even get GBI in. Yeah, we'll get you.
Clock panic.
Yeah. So, and then all of a sudden, everybody shows up and you're just like,
So
oh,
why
shit.
Your first thing more tell Jana to be here on what?
Yeah, well,
Tomorrow's gonna be a few hours.
well, to be honest with you,
She needs to be here at 10.
10, because
Yeah.
more time to talk with her isn't gonna hurt anything.
Right, because one will talk and one will.
I
Yeah,
can
I'm
be
gonna,
out-
I'm
I
gonna,
can
I'm
be
gonna,
out there
I'm gonna
talking
take
to
care
her.
of you. I'm gonna take care of Shane tomorrow. So I'm gonna do the direct on Shane. So
Unless you want to.
Yeah, well, do you want Shane to stick around? Wow.
No,
And
no,
do
no.
some demonstrations and stuff and practice.
no, no,
Do
no.
it in the morning?
Yeah.
Okay.
I think I'm pretty confident. I mean, I could do it today. I just don't have time.
Man, you bad. You Michael Jackson bad.
I truly am.
Yeah, okay.
Tomorrow, it'll be Barkley first. I'll do it. And then Janae Bryant, you'll do it. And then I guess, do we do Garricky?
Yeah.
I'll do that.
McCabe, Garricky.
Okay.
Some
Oh, yeah.
combination
McCabe first.
with the vehicle.
McCabe and Garrick.
Yeah.
McCabe funds the vehicle.
Okay, we're on the home run.
And then we do Integer. I gotta do mine. I gotta do Doc.
Then me, then.
Yeah.
You like that, man. Put the emphasis
Where's
on
the,
the sit
just
down.
Yeah.
You like that?
Yeah, I did.
I felt like I was moonwalking in.
Why did I think we were gonna get done today? I must have been out of my damn mind.
At 2 o'clock, it was worse.
Okay, so you got. Taking the GBI out's not gonna hurt anything, so.
Oh, yeah, we still gotta do the DNA lab international. Yeah. Oh, shit, you know, it's gonna be a bunch of,
Yeah,
that's gonna be a bunch of direct cross.
yeah.
Um,
I'll be thinking about that tonight.
yeah.
So you do the GBI, so you're gonna have the GBI, they come back and.
Yeah, we should better get these 2 out.
All three of them. In the 3?
It's Observer. One
Oh.
of them is Observer.
So then Barkley, McCabe, Abby Snively, Eric, and Jana.
Yeah, I know we gotta be busy tomorrow. And then we gotta do
DNA.
We gotta do DNA. And
Where do you have her?
sort of do. But then we can,
We going into Friday.
it's possible. I don't know. I don't know. Oh, it's too short, just GBI, and that's it. And that's it. Everybody else no. Oh. Oh,
Just take a.
Yeah, that's what I want. Marta's in now.
Okay.
Which cards too?
I didn't do the punch cards. I don't think we did the punch
Yeah, we did.
cards.
Breeze cards.
I don't think so.
Yeah, we did. Sutton said he got them.
Yeah, well, they're not.
I didn't think
We
we
have to
introduced
resist.
Where are they?
When you got them, we didn't give them the sun.
That was oil. We didn't.
Why can't you do it? He collected them, gave them to you, right? Yeah. So they mean the same to you that they mean to him, right?
Yeah.
I'm just asking. So why couldn't you do it?
Well, I meant to get him in Steve.
Oh,
So I meant to do.
yeah. Oh, yeah. Okay. Yeah, we can't
I
do
thought
that.
about
We
that.
can't do the
Okay.
breeze cards.
I didn't.
Yeah, we didn't do the original.
Unless
It
we
wasn't
call
so.
it- unless we call it back. But
I don't know.
yeah, and I said it right before
Came back.
You did?
I said, I don't see you rubbing it in.
No, I'm not.
Piece of shit.
Please. You're my boy.
Are they not ready?
They're ready.
All right, let's go back on the record and just to confirm and clarify my understanding, Ms. Levinsky, we've got Defense Exhibit 4. It has not been admitted, but essentially this is a topic of cross-examination. You're still wanting to explore the contents and some of the things that were said in this email by someone who works at ZX, which, as I understand, is a private company, but it's contracted with the Sandy Springs Police Department to do some analysis. Am I right so far?
Correct.
Okay. Do you have other topics that you're intending to explore on this cross?
I want to explore this witness's knowledge.
I know that, but other topics on this cross other than this that you were going to get to?
No.
This is the last issue? All right. And so the state's objection is that essentially everything in here would just be him repeating what someone from this ZX company told to him. And so even if he's not saying so-and-so stated this, there's an implied hearsay objection. And your response was that you're not offering it for the truth, meaning what ZX said in here is not the truth, but it's going to explain what the police department subsequently did.
Correct.
All
That's
right.
why they subsequently do the second step of the warrant and then subsequently obtain a warrant for the arrest of Miss Jones.
Okay. And then there's this other potential hearsay exception that you raised under public records that is a little more convoluted, and I haven't totally unraveled that, but just starting there, let me go back, Mr. Fawcett, if it's with even an instruction, if you request it, that at this point, this is solely to explain what they did with this data and why they proceeded in their investigation. Is the state renewing their objection?
Yes, Judge, if this is in line with the course of conduct argument on the part of the defense, and I don't believe that's a valid argument to make anymore.
I'm sorry, say that again.
If this is a course of conduct that in the course of the officer's conduct that it is being used to explain what the next steps that were taken were, then I would argue that that is not a permissible basis to go into that subject matter. But the other argument I would make, Judge, is if we're talking about the ability to use this email because it's a subcontractor of the law enforcement Sandy Springs Police Department, I don't see that as any different than utilizing Investigator Sawtell to get in parts of the investigation that Investigator Williams has direct knowledge of that he may not. I don't see how that's a different from attempting to just call one officer and get the entire investigation in. So it seems like if they want direct information from the other participant in that email, the way to do that would be to either ask this officer, what steps did you take next and why? And then to cross-examine him on whether that information contained in the email was the reason for that next step, or to call that person that's in the email and direct them when they have an opportunity to present their case. But just to ask this officer about the contents of another conversation, another participant's conversation, words is impermissible.
And as to the initial grounds, which they're saying is just to kind of explain the narrative of this complicated process, you said that wouldn't be proper. Can you give me more there of why not?
I would just say that I don't believe that the basis is proper under the new evidence code. I would like an opportunity to research this issue. If I could have maybe 5 minutes to look into this.
Well, we could do this as well. If this is really the last area of cross-examination, we could recall Investigator Sartell to cover this grounds once we can sort through this. Do you have another witness on standby for today that you were hoping to get to?
We do.
And how long is that witness going to
There
take?
are two GBI witnesses in particular. I think they probably would be maybe 15, 20 minutes apiece.
Okay. Ms. Levinsky, I mean, it really, I think if you're talking about non-hearsay purposes and course of conduct, the level of detail is really the only sticking point there. I mean, what would be your next question? I guess maybe that would help sharpen my focus here.
Well, my next question is actually going to go into what information did he get, the form of the information that was received from Google, and how you go about decoding that. And the way you go about decoding that is by looking on a map, going into a software system and getting out the information. You don't.
But he didn't do that in this case,
I
right?
assume he would have. I assume he would have.
And why do you assume that?
Because that would have been his job.
Well, did he write a report about the geolocation in this case?
That's the only thing I've got from him.
Okay. So, but there are other geolocation reports in this case.
One expert, a so-called expert, and I put that in inverted commas.
Okay. All right. So let's do this. Then I will, if you have anything else you wanted to cover, you can do that. If you're saying this was the last subject, then I would have the investigator step down subject to recall, meaning he's still under subpoena by the state and he should come back depending on this issue. And then I would ask the state to move on to their next witness. Was there anything else that you wanted to cover other than the contents of this email and the course of conduct, potentially of the geolocation?
I wanted to talk to him about the geolocation. Is there anything else we needed from him? I don't believe there's
Okay.
anything else.
All right. Then in that case, I'll ask the state to call the next witness. And Investigator Sartell, you can step down, but I'll tell you that you still remain under the rules of sequestration, meaning you shouldn't be discussing your testimony with other potential witnesses.
Yes, sir.
Or observing the proceedings. And we will let you know when you are excused from your summons, okay?
Very good. Thank you.
All right. Let's bring in the jury.
No, yeah. Yeah, that we'll know. I don't think.
Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Pleasure.
Sorry, that's
Oh,
that's-
okay.
that's okay.
All right, adjourned.
I knew I was crazy. Oh, sorry. Oh, I'm like losing.
Thank you, Deputy Scott. Please be seated, everyone. Members of the jury, thank you for your patience. We're going to use the last time we have remaining now to proceed with other witnesses the state has in this case in chief. We may recall Investigator Sartell later in this trial if necessary. So with that, I'd ask the state to call the next witness.
State calls Ms. Ann Kishler-Rowe.
Raise your right hand. You swear affirm to the testimony is the truth and not the truth.
Yes, I do.
Please state your name for the court.
My name is Ann Kissler Rao, ANNEKISLER-RAO.
Okay, Ms. Rao, good afternoon, and I apologize for mispronouncing your name.
That's okay.
Can you tell the court where you currently are employed?
I'm employed with the Georgia Bureau of Investigation, Division of Forensic Sciences, also known as the State Crime Lab.
Okay. And what do you do with the GBI?
I'm employed in the trace evidence section. I'm the technical leader of the trace evidence section. So my duties include analyzing trace evidence, which is small, often microscopic pieces of evidence, such as hairs, fibers, paints, glass, and other materials like that. And then I'm also responsible for training other individuals in these areas.
Okay. How long have you done that?
I've been in the trace evidence section as a scientist for almost 20 years now.
Okay. And can you go over your education and training for the jury?
Yes, I have a bachelor's degree in biology from the University of Pennsylvania. I have a master's degree in forensic science from John Jay College. I've been with the GBI Crime Lab for about 20 years, where I've undergone extensive training programs in all of the various areas that I'm qualified to perform examinations in, and this includes hairs, fibers, glass, paints, and plastics, fractured materials.
Okay. And do you belong to any professional organizations?
Yes, I'm a member of ASTE, which is the American Society of Trace Evidence Examiners.
Okay. And do you participate in any ongoing education and training?
Yes, we have to undergo a certain number of training hours every year. So this includes section discipline meetings. It can include things like webinars, any external training that we might be able to attend.
Okay. And could you describe the types of substances that you analyze once they're received by the GBI?
Yes, so as I previously mentioned, this includes things like hairs. So we will do hair comparisons using a microscope. I can do glass examinations, fiber examinations, paint examinations.
Okay. And how many times, if it's just a rough estimate, if you could tell the jury how many times you've had an opportunity to conduct those types of analysis?
I have probably performed over 1,000 cases.
Okay. And prior to today's date, have you ever been called to court to testify as an expert before?
Yes, I have.
How many times?
About 70 times.
And during those times that you've been called to court to testify, were you qualified as an expert?
Yes.
And what were you qualified as an expert in?
It varies from time to time, but it will generally be something like microanalysis or trace evidence analysis.
Okay. Your Honor, this time the state would move to tender Ms. Ann Kishler-Rowe as an expert in microanalysis.
I'll say the defense. All right, the state may proceed.
Okay. Ms. Rowe, did you receive anything from the Sandy Springs Police Department in relationship to this case?
Yes, I did.
Okay. And what is that case number associated with this case?
Our crime lab case number is 2018-101-6477.
And what's the significance of that crime lab number, that DOFS number?
When evidence is brought into the lab, it's assigned a unique case number, and any evidence that is submitted on this case will also receive that same case number. And then when we get the evidence items, they will get a unique barcode with that number on it, as well as a unique item number for each item.
Okay. And what is the purpose of assignment of the barcode and the case number?
That allows us to keep track of the evidence and keep it associated to the case. With the barcode, when we transfer evidence from one person to another, we will scan that barcode, and then we each have our own barcode that we will scan to record that transaction.
Is there a system in place to prevent unauthorized access to samples at the GBI?
Yes, when the evidence is received, it's received to our evidence receiving area. It can be submitted either through a lockbox, which only the evidence receiving personnel have access to, or it can be directly handed to them or submitted by mail. Once they get that evidence, any transactions, any transfers have to be recorded using this barcode system. And then when it is brought up to our section, we also have secure locked areas in which the evidence is stored.
Okay. Did you receive anything from the Sandy Springs Police Department in connection with this case?
Yes, I did.
Okay. In particular, I want to turn your attention to this case number. And in the assignment of a case number, do you assign specific numbers to individual items that might come within a package?
Yes, that's correct. So individual packages are assigned unique item numbers, and then within a package, if one package has, say, several items in it, then those will be given sub-item numbers. So for example, item 1 would become 1A, 1B, 1C.
All right. And have you had the opportunity to test for the presence of, say, hair or other substances in, say, things that may have been collected from residences?
Yes,
Okay. And what about vehicles as well?
yes, we do get vehicles,
All right.
tape lifts of vehicles.
Okay. And what is a tape lift?
A tape lift is where you will collect any trace evidence off the surface of an item using tape. So we usually use packaging tape, and you will press it repeatedly down over that surface to collect anything on the surface, such as hairs and fibers.
Okay. And so once something is collected from the tape, and what happens to that then?
Then when we get it at the lab, then we will then look at that tape using a stereo microscope, which is a low-powered microscope, to identify any, in this case, it would be any hairs of interest.
Okay. In this case, did you have an opportunity to analyze items submitted from a vehicle?
Yes, I did.
Can you tell the jury what items, if you can recall, that you analyzed from the vehicle submitted by Sandy Springs Police Department?
I received 4 items that were tape lifts that were identified as from the driver's seat of a vehicle.
Okay. And what did you do with those samples when you received them?
I examined those tape lifts to see if there were any hairs on those tape lifts. Once I had then determined if there were any hairs of interest, I then mounted those hairs onto microscope slides for further examination.
And did you, in fact, conduct an analysis of those slides?
I did.
And as it relates to the analysis that you conducted on the items collected from the vehicle submitted by Sandy Springs, what are you able to tell the jury about your results and conclusions?
So I examined the question hairs that I mounted on these microscope slides from the tape lifts. I found there was only one hair that was suitable for a microscopical comparison. Typically, we will compare head hairs and pubic hairs because they have more distinct characteristics. So this one hair was characteristic of head hair. I compared this hair to the known head hair of Kay Thomason, and I found that they were consistent in microscopic characteristics, meaning this hair either originated from her or another person with hair possessing the same distinct characteristics. And then at this point, I did nothing further because it was consistent with her hair.
Okay. And when an item comes into the GBI, does that item stay in one place, or is it possible for it to go to different departments within the GBI?
It's possible for an item to go to different departments.
Okay. Do you have any knowledge as to whether or not the items submitted by Sandy Springs in this case, were they analyzed by multiple departments within the GBI?
As far as the tape lifts go, I have no reason to believe those were analyzed by another department because those would typically be submitted for trace evidence. The known head hair standard was within the sexual assault kit, so that may have been examined by another section.
Okay. All right. And if you find something of interest, what would you have done based on your analysis and your conclusions that you listed? What would you have done if you found something that may need to be further reviewed?
So if I had found hairs that were inconsistent microscopically with the known head hair of Kay Thomason, then at this point, I would either, if there was a suspect in the case, we would request a known head hair standard from that individual. And if not, then I would be in contact with the biology section to see if there was anything further we could do with regards to DNA.
Okay. So there was a plan in place to conduct additional analysis of the substances if needed?
Yes.
All right. And as it relates to your involvement in this case and the items that were submitted by Sandy Springs Police Department, does that surmise your role in this particular investigation?
So along with the tape lifts, I also examined the sexual assault kit. There was a package labeled pubic combings within the sexual assault kit. So I examined that to see if there were any hairs present in that package, and there were not.
Okay. There were not?
That's correct.
Okay. All right. That's all I have, Judge.
Any cross?
So the day was one hair suitable for comparison in the vehicle, and that was Kay Thomason's hair.
There was one hair that was suitable for comparison. It was microscopically consistent with Kay Thomason's hair. So this means it either originated from her or someone with hair possessing the same distinct characteristics.
I have nothing further, thank you.
All right, can this witness be excused?
No objection.
All right, thank you, ma'am. Then we call this next witness.
Your Honor, the state calls Rachel Thornton. Oh, I'm sorry. Judge, I think I got the wrong name. It's Ashley Hinkle. I think I mentioned tomorrow's witness. Ashley Hinkle's the witness. All right. All right, cool.
So I want to that one. He's out.
I do.
You may proceed. Please state and spell your name for the court.
Hinkle, Hinkle.
Ms. Hinkle, can you tell the court where you're employed?
I'm employed at the Georgia Bureau of Investigation in the Forensic Biology section in Decatur, Georgia.
And what do you do with them?
I'm a forensic biologist.
And what is a forensic biologist and what are the duties of a forensic biologist?
At GBI, a forensic biologist is someone who is trained in both serology, which is a screening for bodily fluids, as well as DNA typing.
How long have you done that job?
It will be 19 years next month.
Okay. And if you could go over your education and training?
I have a Bachelor's of Science in Biology from East Carolina University and a Master's of Science in Forensic Science from Marshall University. I also have extensive in-house training at the Georgia Bureau of Investigation and the National Forensic Science Technology Center in Largo, Florida. We also participate in continuing education.
Do you also participate in ongoing training?
Yes, that's continuing education.
All right. Do you belong to any professional organizations?
Yes, I do.
And what are those?
The American Academy of Forensic Science, the Southern Academy of Forensic Science, and I am also certified by the American Board of Criminalistics.
Okay. How many times have you had an opportunity to conduct forensic biology analysis at the GBI?
Thousands.
Thousands, okay. And prior to today's date, have you been called to court to testify as an expert?
Yes, I have.
How many times?
Approximately 300.
Okay. And during those times, were you qualified all of those times as an expert in court?
Yes, I was.
All right. And when you're qualified as an expert, what are you typically qualified as an expert in?
Depends on what I'm testifying to. So typically DNA typing, or there's also a software program I use called TrueLil for complex mixtures. And if that's used, I'm also an expert in that area.
Okay. Your Honor, at this time, the state will move to tender Ms. Ashley Hinkle as an expert in forensic biology and DNA typing.
Ms. Levinsky?
No objection, Your Honor.
Same may proceed.
And Ms. Hinkle, can you tell the jury what DNA is?
DNA stands for deoxyribonucleic acid. It's found in our bodies, throughout our bodies in what's called cells. It gives us unique characteristics such as the color of our eyes and the color of our hair. And no two people have the same DNA except for identical siblings.
Okay. Can you tell the court how DNA testing is performed?
DNA testing is performed by taking a small sample of the item that is tested, putting it in a plastic tube, and adding liquid chemicals that help separate the DNA from the other biological material that's present. A robot is used to assist in this step. Next is to quantitate the amount of DNA. Did we actually obtain DNA from the item? Once we quantitate the DNA, we make copies along the DNA strand of 21 locations we use to compare between individuals. These copies of DNA are separated by size on an instrument called a genetic analyzer, and it is the output from this instrument that is used with the software program to type a DNA profile.
Okay. And the procedures that you are testifying to, are they considered reliable and reproducible?
Yes, they are.
Are these procedures based on valid scientific theory?
Yes, they are.
Can you tell the court if DNA evidence was requested in this case?
DNA testing
Well, DNA tested, yes.
was requested, yes.
Okay. And can you tell the jury what types of evidence were received from Sandy Springs Police Department in connection with this case? Do you recall that?
The items that were received that are relative to my DNA typing service are a bloodstain card from K. Thomason. This is what we use as a reference sample or a known sample to compare evidence profiles from the scene to individuals who are involved in the case. There is also a silver and red cuticle tool that was collected from the bathroom floor. There was a silver knife with a black handle collected from the master bedroom bed. And there were buckle swabs collected from a Mr. Prentice Brooks.
Okay. And what did you do with those items once you received them?
Once I received them, I did the steps to obtain a DNA profile from the knife handle and the cuticle tool and compare that to the two reference samples that had been submitted.
Okay. And can you tell the court if you were able to come to any conclusions based on your analysis?
Yes, I was.
And what was that?
The swabbings from the knife handle contain the DNA profiles of two individuals. The primary profile from the knife handle, or the person who contributed the most genetic information, was matched the profile of K. Thomason. The strength of this match, or how often we would find it randomly in the population, is approximately 1 in 2 quadrillion individuals. Within that profile from the knife, there was an additional genetic marker indicating the presence of a male individual, but that was not enough information to make any conclusions in this report.
Okay. All right. And did you document your results and conclusions in a report that you submitted?
Yes, I did.
Okay. The procedures that you previously testified to, did you follow those same procedures in performing your analysis on these items submitted by Sandy Springs?
Yes, I did.
And were your results and conclusions peer reviewed?
Yes, all of the reports from our section are peer reviewed, which means another trained scientist reviews my notes and the report with the conclusions, and they must come to an agreement with what is reported before the report is released.
Okay. And is all your work peer reviewed at the GBI?
Yes, it is.
And have you consistently performed satisfactory work at the GBI?
Yes.
Okay. And are you aware if whether or not you were the only forensic biologist to work on this case?
There are other forensic biologists for DNA testing as well as screening of samples for serology.
Okay. Is that common for a one case originating from an agency to have multiple forensic biologists working on it, depending on the size of the case? Is that?
It's very common, especially for a case that occurred in 2018.
Okay. All right. So in particular, when you're testifying as to the comparisons with the bloodstain card that you did of Ms. Thomason?
Yes,
All right. You did a comparison with an individual, I believe you testified as to that individual's name, Brooks, you recall that?
correct.
Okay. And was that a comparison that was a comparison that you were doing with the bloodstain card of Ms. Thomason?
We don't compare anything to the bloodstain card. The bloodstain card is a known sample that's used to compare to the evidence.
Okay. And what is, if you could tell the jury your conclusions as it relates to your analysis of the Prentice-Brooks samples?
The Prentice-Brooks sample was a DNA profile, was obtained from that sample. I could not compare it to the swabbings from the knife handle because that minor profile did not have enough information for comparison.
Okay. Did you have any other results and conclusions as it relates to that 029 number for Prentice-Brooks?
029. There was comparisons to no conclusions that were reported.
Okay. That's it, Judge.
Cross-examination.
Thank you, Your Honor. Ms. Hinkle, didn't you also do a comparison or a swabbing relating to a cuticle tool?
Yes.
And what did you find relating to that cuticle tool?
The cuticle tube, the profile was a complex mixture of at least 3 individuals, and I had to use the TrueAllele software to make conclusions.
And did you do that?
Yes, I did. And for the cuticle, swabbings from the cuticle tube, there was a match to a major genotype or the major contributor to the sample from the swabbings from the cuticle tube and Toole and K. Thomason. That match is approximately 700 quadrillion times more probable than a coincidental match to an unrelated person in the population. Prentice-Brooks was compared in this report to the cuticle tube, and he was excluded, approximately 2 sextillion times less probable than a coincidental match to an unrelated person in the population.
So can you explain to the jury a little bit about TrueAllele and probabilistic genotyping?
TrueAllele is what's called a probabilistic genotyping software. It's a software system installed on my computer that communicates with a server where the actual testing is performed on the server. What TrueAllele does is it takes complex mixtures and breaks it down into possible genotypes or profiles of contributors and assigns different probabilities for these possible genotypes from the contributor. Then those results are compared to a reference sample, and a match is given in a form of a likelihood ratio where it's reported as more or less probable than a random individual.
And is it correct that one of the things you have to do is determine how many contributors there are to the sample?
Yes, that's one factor that I determine.
And that's an important factor, is it not?
Yes.
Because the more contributors you determine there are, the more likelihood there is of a match.
Well, the more people who contributed, there's more genotypes, more contributor profiles to compare to. So I wouldn't say it's more possible there's a match, it's just there's more information to compare to.
I have nothing further for this witness. Thank you, Your Honor.
Any redirect?
No, Your Honor.
All right, can this witness be excused?
No objection.
Thank you, Ms. Hinkle.
Thank you.
Does it have any further witnesses for today?
No further witnesses for today, Judge.
All right. Okay, members of the jury, we've covered a lot of ground today. Thank you for your attention. And as we break for today, I'll remind you not to discuss the case with anyone or do any research. And we will resume tomorrow at 9 o'clock with the state's case. And if anyone have any other concerns they need to raise? If not, we'll see you tomorrow morning. Until then.
All right.
No.
Absolutely. She's gone.
All right, thank you all. Please be seated. Just to get a outline of tomorrow, looks like we got through 11 witnesses, one subject to recall potentially. And for tomorrow, just generally what ground do you expect to cover, Mr. Fawcett?
Ground?
Just what, generally what witnesses, how many are we expecting to call tomorrow?
We have a crime scene investigation witness. There's our geofencing expert, medical examiner. There are 2 GBI witnesses, and I think there are maybe 3 or 4 additional officers, and then the detective. And then this DNA expert we have coming from Florida tomorrow.
I wasn't adding up, or I wasn't counting well. Maybe about 10, you said, witnesses?
About 10 witnesses, yes.
Okay. It sounds, that would be tough to cover in one day, but we'll be there. We're still on track for Thursday, you think?
I do, Judge, yes.
All right. Anything else you think we can cover to preempt some issues or take up now with this time?
Your Honor, I just wanted to provide a cite to the court for the issue of the course of conduct argument, and that's United States versus Kent, which is 93 Federal F4th 1213, which is from 2024. That's out of Georgia. The case came out of Georgia. It's obviously federal court, but we do look for federal court decisions, and I couldn't find anything from Georgia on course of conduct. I know that used to be kind of an exception.
Well, let me be clear. I think course of conduct is an outdated term. We don't use
Yes.
that anymore. It's to explain subsequent actions and anything that's potentially relevant to the investigation to tell the narrative of how things happened. It still needs to be something that's relevant, that needs to be material, this subsequent action and why this needs to come out. But I don't think course of conduct is the right terminology.
Well, I don't, I'm just saying, I don't think I think that case stands for the proposition that course of conduct is not a proper reason to admit evidence in violation of hearsay rule. It is hearsay. Thought they were.
Yeah, I look, my go-to is going to be Georgia Rules of Evidence millage, and I'll be looking tonight at section 17.3, which talks about explaining conduct. And that's, I think, the world we're in here, as well as the hearsay exception. But really, I think when it comes to that hearsay exception, the question to address is whether it's a double hearsay issue. And we'll see where that takes us, or even if it's even still relevant material after the state's presentation of their geofencing expert tomorrow. Other than that, though, anything else the state has to flag for now?
I don't believe so, Your Honor.
Okay, anything on behalf of the defense?
No, thank you.
All right, then with that, let's resume tomorrow 9 a.m. I understand you had some elevator troubles this morning, Ms. Sabinsky, but we'll be ready to go at 9, right?
Thank you, Your Honor.
Well, that was more of a question. Right? We're going to be ready to go at 9?
I will be here. Your Honor, I will be here. I apologize.
No, I understand. That's all I was getting an assurance for. All right, with that, we're in recess.